Spoštovani gostje, dobrodošli ob začetku 14. mednarodne znanstvene konference z naslovom Za človeka gre, ki letos poteka pod podnaslovom Odgovori na aktualne izzive v družbi, zdravju in tehnologiji. Ker gre za mednarodni dogodek z udeleženci iz vsega sveta, ki se prek spleta tudi neposredno prenaša v tujino, vas prosimo za razumevanje, da bo v celoti potekal v angleščini. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests here at the Alma Mater Europea in Maribor, Slovenia, and our online audience throughout the world, welcome at the 14th International Conference of Europe's Sciences and Arts Leaders and Scholars with the title It's About People 2026, with the subtitle Answering Current Challenges in Society, Health and Technology. We have just switched from Slovenian to English. The later will be our working language of the conference. Well, this year everybody in the hall and also online have the possibility to use an NI-generated real-time translation from English into Slovenian and several other languages too. You can see the QR code which leads you to this service. Please know that the service is not perfect, but still can be quite useful, so you're kindly invited to use it. The event is, of course, hosted by the Alma Mater Europea University, which is an independent and internationally recognized higher education institution operating under the auspices of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts from Salzburg, Austria. It unites more than 2,000 top scientists from around the world, including as many as 37 Nobel laureates. And the largest Alma Mater campus is in Maribor, Slovenia, and hosts over 1,000 students from over 20 different countries, enabling them to be part of a unique environment. We have just heard the opening song, Can You Feel the Love Tonight, from Disney's animated feature film, The Lion King, composed by the British musician Elton John. It was performed by Mrs. Spela Doschler, an Alma Mater University graduate in physiotherapy, and Mr. Kokot. We will elaborate on love a little bit later, but now I have the honor and the privilege to welcome on stage Professor Dr. Ludwig Toplak, Director of the Alma Mater Europea University, for his traditional welcome address. The floor is yours, Professor Toplak.
It is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to the 14th International Scientific Conference, It's About People 26. For many years, the conference It's About People has provided a space for the depth dialogue on key issues of the contemporary world and humanity. Our previous conferences, we discussed numerous challenges from the development of the new technologies and artificial intelligence to the questions of social resilience, security, science and education, democracy, and sustainable development. The common conclusion of all those discussions has always been the same. Science and art, knowledge and technology must serve humanity, must serve the people. The It's About People conference, The It's About People conference follows the fundamental principles of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts: interdisciplinarity, transnationality, and building bridges between disciplines, cultures, religions, genders, nations, generations. In the world where divisions are often louder than dialogue, cooperation among the scientists, artists and researchers and educators and institutions is the true path toward the understanding and sustainable development in peace. This year's conference has been organized in cooperation with the World Academy of Art and Science, whose distinguished representatives are with us today. This collaboration is especially important within the framework of the Global Peace Offensive Initiative, which emphasizes the role of the scientific and academic institutions in promoting global peace, security, and sustainable development. Sorry. I would like to express my gratitude to the World Academy of Art and Science and European Academy of Science and Arts for their trust and jointly establishing the Global Peace Offensive Center. This initiative highlights that the responsibility of the academic community is also a moral responsibility and commitment to the society and for the future generations. Through the years, Alma Mater also organizes these other related conferences. Last week, we organized a conference marking the 80th anniversary of the Nuremberg trials with a focus on the abuse of the science, what might be called perverse science. In May, we will organize the 30th Jubilee Conference of Society and Technology in Zagreb, together with the Croatian Chamber of Economy. Alma Mater also actively participates in the implementation of the scientific conferences Science Meets Art. Scientific conferences organized by European academics in Salzburg. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we live in the time of the great uncertainty, but also great opportunity. For this very reason, it is more important than ever that science preserves its fundamental mission to seek truth, promote the dialogue, and serve humanity. May this conference be space for open dialogue, new ideas, and inspiring cooperation. I sincerely thank all speakers, participants, and organizers for their contribution to the success of the conference. Special thanks also go to the international partners and to those who, with their knowledge, experience, and vision, contribute to the peace. My great thanks go also to the honorary president of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, Professor Dr. Felix Unger, who offered a great moral and academic support to Alma Mater Europaea with his vision, who is celebrating these days his 80th birthday. My thanks also go to the scientific and organizing committee, as well as to the co-organizers and collaborators. I wish successful conference and the best regards to our students at all locations in Maribor, Ljubljana, Celje, Koper, and Vienna. Thank you, dear friends. I wish a successful conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Toplak. Before we go on with the program, well, the name of the conference in Slovenian, Za človeka gre, is more than symbolic. As you may know, Slovenia is the only country in the world which has the English word love embedded in its name. Well, the same goes with the name of our language, Slovene or Slovenian. But that's not all. The Slovenian word človek, which means human, also contains the word love, which is also unique in the world. It shows you that love for people is essential to us, and therefore you will hear another music contribution performed by Mrs. Doschler and Mr. Kokot. You will hear a famous Slovenian all-time hit by the singer Majda Sepe with the lyrics written by Dušan Velkavrh. The title is in Slovenian Med iskrenimi ljudmi. Ljudje is the plural of človek. So in English, among honest people.
Med iskrenimi ljudmi se nikoli ne zgodi, da zmaga laž. Pri vseh drugih pa velja, da je nekaj slabega, če preveč priznaš. In odkar ta svet stoji, so na njem živeli ti in ti. Človek bližnjega spozna, ko ga ta enkrat izda, do takrat pa malo veš. Med iskrenimi ljudmi so preproste vse reči, kot jasen dan. Se pa najde marsikdo, ki se zdi mu prepustoče, je svet ubran. In če misliš tudi ti, da je dolg čas brez laži, pojdi raje z njo. Naj se z dnevom jutrišnjim med iskrenimi ljudmi zbudi. Med iskrenimi ljudmi so preproste vse reči, kot jasen dan. Se pa najde marsikdo, ki se zdi mu prepustoče, je svet ubran. In če misliš tudi ti, da je dolg čas brez laži podiraje. Z njo naj se z dnevom jutrišnjim med iskrenimi ljudmi sputim. Naj se z dnevom jutrišnjim med iskrenimi ljudmi sputim.
So unfortunately for the last time today, Ms. Doschler and Mr. Kokora, I saw that the AI translation was actually not working, so the key lines in English were among sincere people, it never happens that a lie wins, and among sincere people, all things are simple, like a clear day, like today, and I wish to wake up tomorrow among sincere people. Well, life was already complicated when these words were written, but nevertheless, I think we are here among sincere people, scholars who would also like to wake up among sincere people tomorrow. A really beautiful song, very iconic in Slovenia, and another symbolic opening of this conference. And now to our opening invited speaker, and this is also a tradition of the conference. I'm really honored to announce Professor Dr. Klaus Mainzer, the President of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. And you will also later lead a high-profile panel, but now to your opening speech.
Everyone, distinguished guests and colleagues, and dear Ludwig, Professor Toblak and his family, and dear students. At first, it's my pleasure as President of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts to bring you the greetings of our whole Academy. And the topic of my talk is challenges of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. And now we are starting with the conference, and I come from the official place here to the working place of our presentations. The topic is challenges of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts for the future of Europe. And last weekend we had in Salzburg our festive assembly. And at that festive assembly, I highlighted a little bit the vision of our academy. And the main point is we want to be a working, interdisciplinary and international academy. And therefore, with the starting of our presidency in 2020, we started with working groups, interdisciplinary working groups, because the problems of this world do us not the favor to fit the boundaries of traditional disciplines and classes of academies. And so we came up with interdisciplinary thematic networks dedicated to main challenges in Europe. For example, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and its societal impact. Or the energy problem. We now all suffer from the disruption of the energy chains, and together with the climate and environmental problem. And then, of course, education, youth, the students. That is the future of Europe. And that does not only mean education in the economic and technical disciplines, but also in arts and in cultural studies. And then, of course, the old tradition in our academy since the beginning in 1990, tolerance. And nowadays, I must not make many words about that. Everyone knows that that is a very urgent challenge nowadays in times of wars and conflicts. Now, and that is traditionally deeply rooted in the beginning of European culture. You remember perhaps in Athens it started with Plato's Academy, the first European academy, and then with the beginning of modern times in Europe, that is a time of Renaissance. People remembered in Europe the great tradition of the beginning of science and democracy in Greece. And they connected now science with engineering and arts. And you know, Leonardo da Vinci is an icon for this European tradition. But on the other side, the discussion about European values started with the humanistic scholars in that time, for example, Erasmus von Rotterdam. And then in Europe, I think they started an absolutely spectacular development, namely from science and invention to innovation at the markets. And the economist who described this development in succeeding waves, that was the Austrian economist, American economist Joseph Schumpeter, together with the Russian mathematician Kondratiev, the famous Kondratiev cycles, and they are illustrated here a little bit, starting along the time axis with the beginning of mechanization in the 18th century, and then in the 19th century the steam engines came up, you know, then the combustion engines and motorization and petrochemical and biotechnology, digital network up nowadays to the emergence of AI, artificial intelligence. So this innovation dynamics, I think, is a challenge for academies, because innovation dynamics nowadays is closely connected with our economics. And there is a need nowadays for an interdisciplinary platform of sciences, because we observe that traditionally research was concentrated in the universities, in the faculties, but now these research centers are moving out of the universities. They are done in the big scientific organization and even in companies. So what is the universitas? The original idea of universities. Therefore, we need academies which offer interdisciplinary cooperation. And that includes a connection between, on the one side, research and innovation, but on the other side, also economics and law. Now, as we all know, Europe is no longer in the center in the world, such as in the centuries before. Europe was historically the origin of technology, science, and industrialization. But nowadays, we all know new centers in the world have come up, such as China, India, the United States. And we are now in Europe competing with them, and we are even surpassed by these new centers, endangering our economic prosperity and welfare in Europe. And it's worthwhile here to remember the beginning of the startups in the Silicon Valley, for example, in the United States. You all know that. The idea that research is no longer concentrated in universities, but some distinguished young researchers go outside and start with economic-orientated startups. And here you can see the young Bill Gates, later on Microsoft, and the young Steve Jobs, later on Apple and other big companies, famous and dominating tech companies nowadays. And on the left, you can see the distribution spreading all over the planet Earth with these kind of startups. Young people like you, they came up with these ideas. But on the other side, there is China nowadays. China's goal of becoming the world-leading innovation center by 2030. They said it very definitely. And you can see here on the left the spreading map of centers in China for startups and for tech companies, dominated and controlled and supported strongly by the state. But by the way, that is also true for the United States. They are also strongly supported by the state now under this government. So Europe is under pressure, and Europe is in a strong competition. And here on the left in the picture, you can see how Europe is surrounded by new coming up centers concerning AI and AI factories. So what is needed in Europe is competitiveness. And that means also the sovereignty of Europe, not only the independence from the energy supply, but also independence from technology. And here in the picture, you see the presentation of the slogan for Europe in this year. It is competitiveness. And the politician who designed the draft of the EU was the great European Italian politician Mario Draghi. He is an expert, as you perhaps know, in finance and economics, together with the president of the European Commission. Otherwise, European sovereignty is endangered. Now, innovation and competitiveness needs international cooperation. In the age of globalization, economic growth and the welfare of nations decisively depend on scientific innovation and competitiveness. But the basis of this competitiveness is education. That means the students, which I highlighted in the beginning, and therefore invest in the natural source of human mind. Don't believe these people who want to tell you that the origin later on of all this innovation will be AI. No, in the beginning of these great breakthroughs, there were humans in innovation and technology. So I think Europe must get a certain trademark. And our trademark in this competition is a sustainable and responsible innovation for Europe, which is illustrated here in this arrow. Starting in the beginning with our homeworks. Our homework is decarbonization. Not only that's our position in the meantime in the European Academy, not only in renewable energy, but also in nuclear energy. I remind you of the new nuclear plants which are developed in UK and in France. And on that basis, we can start with sustainable development, and then on that basis, digitalization with artificial intelligence in order to aim at sustainable innovation. And that means that the sustainable goals of development of the United Nations should be integrated into the development of technology and societal infrastructure. And we are running into a completely digitalized and AI world, which is illustrated here by this brain which is spreading all over the planet Earth. And on the right and the left, you find already existing AI networks nowadays with the communication system, ecological systems, and the industrial internet, for example. Or don't forget the big financial systems, which would not be possible without the AI support or our international health system. And in the end, we are living in times of war. I said it before, and conflicts, and so we need AI-supported defense systems with respect to cyber attacks, drones, and the autonomous weapons. Now, the political background of this development is, again, we are now living in a world which is divided in two big powerful centers. That was the Cold War. Nowadays, Europe is challenged in a rapidly changing, multi-centered world with local conflicts and hybrid wars, which can initiate global war. And people who are trained in modeling complex systems, they know in the complex systems they are very sensitive to local perturbations, which can lead immediately to global collapse and chaos, and that is the danger of this situation nowadays. So let me remind you again of this kind of AI-driven technology with drones and automated AI weapons. And since this year, the unlimited armament with atomic bombs is possible. So that is the danger nowadays. Not only the atomic bombs and the nuclear weapons, but connected with AI. So I think it is time now to remember a great initiative after the Second World War. And that was the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. It was published just before the death of Einstein in 1955. Notice to the world, it was called Renounce War or Perish, World Peace or Universal Death. And personally, I must say, these both scholars were my heroes in the time when I was a student, because Einstein, the great physicist, Bertrand Russell, the great British philosopher and mathematician, and that were my disciplines. I studied mathematics, physics, and philosophy. And concerning Einstein, just after the Second World War, in 1945, came up already with the declaration, the time has come when men must give up war. It's no longer rational to solve international problems through war. Einstein. In times of conflicts and wars, the European Academy of Sciences and Arts also has a great, I think, societal and ethical responsibility in the spirit of Einstein and Russell. And so again, I started with our slogan. Our goal as Academy is an internationally and interdisciplinarily working and cooperating academy. And by the way, people who cooperate to solve problems, they do not shoot on one another, and therefore they are committed with the real common problems of mankind. For example, our health problems, the health system worldwide, or the welfare of our countries and nations, and in the end, the future of our planet Earth. So these are the European values, and it fits very well the title of our conference, namely, it's, now I say, all for people. What about democracy? I started with this remembrance of the origin of Europe in essence, science and democracy. What about human rights? Is democracy, and that is discussed, as you know, nowadays, is democracy on its way out? Because it is no longer efficient, these are the arguments, and able to handle the increasing complexity of our civilization. And in that context, what about law? Are the lawyers only running after the accelerated technological development? Is technocracy, in the end, with these big companies, the alternative? So in the end of my talk, I want to highlight the European culture of law. We are running, as you all know, nowadays in a world which seems to be completely unregulated, without law, without regulation. And so let me remind you on the tradition in Europe of the human rights and constitutional law. Here in these historical pictures, in the first row on the left, you see the festive declaration of the human rights of a constitution during the French Revolution. And on the right, the great philosopher Immanuel Kant, who in that time, for the first time, designed the foundations of what we nowadays call people's law. And here, these pictures of the well-known courts and centers of law in Europe, in Geneva, and in Brussels, Strasbourg, and Luxembourg. Now, in the end, that is my last slide, I think it is time again to remember the Russell-Einstein manifesto, a manifesto for Europe now, but revisited. I thank you for your attention.
Professor Mainzer, you will stay on stage because now you will act as chief of panel, a high-profile panel of distinguished guests of the conference, and the floor is still yours.
Okay, let's continue. Then I like to ask the colleagues who will discuss with us, please come up. Do you announce them? Professor Imri, he is a representative of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences, a recommended mechanical engineer, I think, worldwide. And, of course, member of the European Academy. And then Professor Boras, the former rector of the University of Zagreb, also member of the Croatian Faculty of Educational Sciences, and of course of the European Academy. And the other two colleagues are only online. That is Professor Pöppel. He is now in Shanghai. He is a representative of the German National Academy, Leopoldina, but on the other side also a member of our academy. And why Shanghai? He is now a director of a new founded center in Shanghai on neuroscience and neuropsychology. And last but not least, recommended member of the European Academy, the United States delegate of the European Academy, that is Professor Ballas. His background is health science, medicine, and the life sciences. And in the end, I only hope that technology will work with Professor Ballas with a video, I think, and Professor Pöppel will directly communicate with us. And I hope technology will work. Now, please let us have a seat, and then we can start. Okay, I would suggest that Professor Emery will start with his presentation. Every participant will start with a short statement, 5 to 10 minutes, and then after that we will start as usual with a discussion among us, and then later on with you, the audience.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. In my speech, I will address problems that are present today and problems that we are facing. And in fact, we have to admit that humankind is at the bifurcation point. We have two main problems. On one hand, we have interaction of main players, big countries. On the other hand, we have even more important problem, not problem, but challenge of artificial intelligence and understanding it, how to using it, and to understand how this will change our life. Of course, I will speak of effect, impact of artificial intelligence. It's important at the beginning to say that artificial intelligence works exactly according to the same principles as our brain. There are only three things where it differs, and this is inventiveness, emotions, and belief. And these three are all interconnected. Why it doesn't handle that? Because we don't understand this ourselves. But this is the only thing, in fact, where humans are unique, and when humans are better than artificial intelligence, and this makes artificial intelligence just as a tool. If we know how to use it, if we understand it, and this is what I would like to address in my talk. I hope this works. Yes. So, schooling system historically was teaching, memorizing, and it was accepted that whoever knows more, it's more educated. But today, whoever has laptop, telephone, knows more than anybody else. So what remains? So what means being educated? Being educated means that we are capable of creating new ideas. And this is what humans are really special and better than other animals. Animals are also inventive, but not to the extent as we are. So in principle, animals are better than artificial intelligence already. So what I like is to emphasize is to understand that inventiveness is independent capability of human. It has nothing to do with the memory. So we are all here highly educated, but if you take 10 people from the street who has no education, they might have more ideas than all of us together. So creating ideas is independent capability, which essentially is not nurtured in our schools. And this is something that is very important. And I like these two statements. If you understand something, it means you are capable of reinventing it if it wouldn't be known. So we think that we understand, but in fact, mostly we just know. And since artificial intelligence knows everything, in knowing, it is much better than anybody of us. So we have to be inventive, we have to understand, and we have to know how to explain. And I like this statement of Einstein: if you cannot explain it, no matter what, even high energy physics, to a 6-year boy, it means you don't understand yourself. Now, distinguishing between invention and innovation, this is not the same thing. Invention requires new knowledge, something that is used and was never used before. So if you see here, improving candle, it's innovation. Improving bulb is innovation. But jumping from candle to bulb, it's invention. And inventions is essentially what is the most important for civilization. Civilization is based on inventions. If there would be no inventions, there will be no civilization. So civilization is not based on accumulating knowledge, is not based on making AI, sorry. But it is nurturing new thinking. So at the moment, we think that inventiveness is something that happens by chance. And this is how we say inspiration, spark, and so forth. But we know, and I will use what I said at the beginning, inventions, emotions, so love, belief, are interconnected. And for love, we have family, where love is developed. So we have environment when we can experience more love. We have churches where we can experience more belief. But interestingly enough, we don't have environment that is nurturing invention. We have universities, but university per se, as you will see, it's not the right thing yet. It's the best that we have, but there is much to be done. So the conclusion is so that inventions are not predictable events, but environment, if we generate it, can increase the probability that new ideas will be generated. And this is what is important for the future of schooling. Okay. The key challenge of education is to bring in usage of artificial intelligence immediately to all levels, from the high school, not high school, even kindergarten, up to the PhD level. Use artificial intelligence. What I like is this last slide of Einstein. So the good school, so everybody is genius, but 99.99% of people never find out what they are good at. So the good schooling would be to help students to find where they are good at. And I like to say that good school will help person to understand for what he's ready to get up every day at 3 in the morning and work on that. Because this is where he will be good at. And the other thing is to use artificial intelligence, you need to know how to ask. So schooling should be oriented in nurturing, helping students to find where they are good at and how to ask questions for answers in artificial intelligence. So that's the major guideline for reshaping the universities and schooling system. Now, everybody will say yes, but you cannot be inventive if you don't know anything. And I use this slide because it shows this clearly. Inventiveness is independent, but inventiveness is like cooking. If you have nothing in the refrigerator, you cannot cook anything. And on the right, you have very simple idea, but very genius. This is when I came to United States in 87. Guy became, in 78. The guy became millionaire within a year by selling stones. This company still exists, but it's still 1 million level, so it didn't grow. On the other hand, that was a Nobel Prize. This company will become billion level company, believe me. So what knowledge you bring into the inventions define what the value of invention is. So it's a very tiny or very critical thing to decide how much we really have to memorize and how much we have to nurture inventiveness. So it's a challenge for educational system. And small countries like Slovenia have advantage against big countries. So we could become leaders if we are fast enough in adapting to these things. Now, very crucial, I will go through this because I think my time is running out, or it is out already. A problem of inventiveness is exactly that to be inventive, you need to have broader understanding of different knowledges. And this is what Da Vinci had. This is why he was medical doctor, lawyer, engineer, whatever you want. Today, the broadness for inventiveness remains the same. You have to know many different things to be inventive. But our knowledge is, as Tesla said, scientists today think deeply instead of clearly. So we need broadness to be inventive. In a narrow peak, it's not easy to be. So I will more or less skip this. This is like historically how it is. Scientists publish papers, they have to be reinvented, and okay, that's the classical ivory tower, which is not good. The other approach is, of course, if scientists immediately starts a company. But this is what I said, scientists wouldn't be scientists if he wouldn't be dedicated to that. So doing business for them, it's a torture. So he doesn't know how to do, he doesn't like it, and so forth. And this is why it's very, very difficult for scientists to become entrepreneur. So the right solution is essentially innovation community. It's a new thing similar to church, similar to family, that nurtures inventiveness. And this requires, and that will be my last slide, you need community, one more. You need community that integrates different knowledges and different part of society. So we need research community, we need business community, and we need government and politics that defines the boundary conditions in which such nurturing can happen. So that's, you can say, it's a kind of family or church for innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, again, especially your point, invention, the transfer from invention and research centers to industry and application, and that means to the markets, that means innovation. And now let me say the humanistic point of view by Professor Boras, please.
Partly, because thank you, Professor Meissner. After Professor Meissner's key speech, there is not more left to discuss, because he covered everything. But I will, in my presentation, cover my personal experience as a rector of the Zagreb University from 2014 to 2022, which is comprehensive university, and also how I supported to join alliances with other universities, like unique universities in post-industrial cities, and keep a balance between social sciences, humanities, and arts opposed to the STEM fields. And I need to say that my background is, in fact, electrical engineering, and I graduated on laser light modulation through waveguides 52 years ago. So it was, let's say, the first time then we implemented new technologies which are now very, very common. But my problem as a rector was that I needed to keep a balance between social sciences and technical sciences. And I'm also, I need to say, not only a member of Educational Academy of Croatia, but also honorary member of Technical Academy of Croatia. And of course, Vice Dean of Class 1 of our academy in Salzburg, Professor Meissner is president. And this balance was not easy to maintain, because social sciences and humanities in terms of financing in our society are very much underestimated and financed. And this was a problem. So I supported to my struggle was to keep universities in both sense of this term, universitas in Latin, and this translates to Croatia to universitet, and the Greek term pandidaskalion, that means the place where you can learn or teach everything, and this is the concrete translation of standard term in Croatia, sveučilište, that means pandidaskalion in Greek. Yeah. And these two terms and these two politics are not competitive, but they are complementary. And I wanted to keep that in balance. And so, of course, when we come to the joining this alliance, universities in post-industrial cities, the main university was Erasmus University. Professor Meissner mentioned Erasmus as a, how to say, founder of ideas we keep together now. So, I would just shortly show the structure of the University of Zagreb. It's very huge, 70,000 students, more than 8 scientific fields, largest and oldest university in Croatia. And you see, we have all sciences and many, 34 faculties, and now we are expecting to join one more, 35. It was founded in 1969, and we have social science, humanities, arts, biotechnical, everything. And this was, but I need to say again, the social science and humanities and arts are financially and humiliated in that fact. So I supported the idea, and I show only that the Faculty of Humanities Social Science is commonly known as Faculty of Philosophy. When I was dean before my rector's term as a dean and the vice dean for science and doctoral studies for almost 10 years. Before that, this is almost like small university with humanities, social sciences, but very poorly financed. So just to see how huge we are and how it was important for me to keep balance between social sciences and humanities. And we see that we cannot rely only on technical sciences and scientific STEM. And Professor Meissner, even in Salzburg, told about STEMAC. That means STEM plus arts and humanities and all these things. Yeah. So I supported the idea of the several deans and dean of the Faculty of Law to join this unique association. This means European universities in post-industrial cities, because post-industrial cities just reflect in totality the the idea of and reflect the structure of the University of Zagreb. It means comprehensive university with humanities and all these social sciences, of course, very, very strong STEM areas. So you can see, this is a structure just to see, but the members are 10 universities. University of Zagreb was one of the founding university, but of course Erasmus University Rotterdam was the main one who started to how to say, implement this idea. And after 2 years, we also 2 new universities were joined so that we cover all the Europe from the east to the west and from south to the north. Of course, we had a lot of challenges there about legal and administrative fragmentations, divergent national higher education system, funding, sustainability, and of course, how to research, integrating the research into alliance, because not only financial problems, but different statuses and financing of universities and science and higher education in different countries. We have, of course, cross-border rules, short-term grant education and research integration. We had a lot of them, but after almost 6 and 7 years, I need to say that in the future, this alliance will live a very good life. This is continuing. That is a problem of pedagogical diversity, digital infrastructure gaps, city and community engagement. We have, let's say, a very good cooperation with former city, but now they understand that is good, and for now the new city government in Zagreb responds promptly to that. And we have also had challenges in establishing unique activities, legal barriers, local engagement, and so you can see. But we responded with joint degrees and the Center for City Futures, hybrid campi or campuses, and so on. In educational and research programs, we have almost everything, but you have social sciences, health, environmental, technology, economic transfer, humanities, and of course, we have joint master programs, and that was a problem for financing also, but we kept that, and I hope that in very soon we will establish a full function university in that sense. But of course, today, there is no question of implementing of AI, and it's a common, how to say, endeavor, and but what kind of AI? And that is the main problem. So, why AI for UNIC and of course for University of Zagreb? For personalized learning at scale, urban data analytics, smart mobility and curriculum pathways, and of course, student support through administrative efficiency. And we have also 3 pillars there of AI integration in education, in research, and in administration. You can see in education, we need adaptive learning, virtual collaboration, ethical AI use, that's most important. In research, urban and health studies, migration and diversity, policy of AI ethics, that's most important. And in administration, that's the common things, yeah, credit recognition, study planning, data analysis. And of course, guiding principles are most important, that human-centric AI, transparency and fairness, and data security. And these strategic goals are personalized learning pathways in education, multilingual and inclusive learning environments, transparent and ethical assessment. In application, it's most important adaptive learning system. Of course, we need to have AI tutors and learning assistants. AI-supported assessment, that is also important, but it is very, how to say, sensitive. And of course, learning analytic dashboard is not so important, but it's been one of the main problems to implement. And what we need human-centric safeguards in education. That means human oversight in all evaluative processes, student right to explanation, and algorithmic transparency and fairness. That was already said many times, but I just say that's from my own experience there. Strategic goals are accelerate interdisciplinary research, support unique university and postgraduate teams, super diversity, urban transition, health, labor, and so on, and strengthen collaboration with cities and communities. When we have applications, we have urban modeling and digital twins. For example, NLP for policy and social analysis, AI-enhanced laboratory research, for example, unique seed fund, AI-enabled projects, and what are safeguards, ethical review of AI-based research, reproducibility and transparency, and avoids algorithmic bias in social research. That was all said, but I need to say that were my arguments or to convince Senate to accept this project and alliance. In administration, of course, streamline mobility, improving student services, and support strategic planning and resource allocation. In administration, you can see automatic credit. That's very common and not very, how to say it, it's not specific, but it needs to be emphasized, predictive analytics for student success and so on. This is most important. And to, how to say to students, you can do that and not something else. And we have to human-centric safeguards in administrations. AI does not make final decisions on admissions or progressions. It is done by humans, and that's most important. We can keep, how to say, advice from AI, but not anything else. And of course, what can we do for unique as alliance for the University of Zagreb as a main university in Croatia and the keeper of all, how to say, main research and education. That is a three-layer integration model: academic, research, and administrative. It is through human oversight, transparency and explainability, fairness and bias mitigation, data ethics and GDPR, and inclusivity for super diverse student populations. You can see here unique components and the University of Zagreb connections in AI in learning, in urban AI research, in research projects, in ethical AI pedagogy. These faculties as Faculty of Humanities, Social Sciences, Faculty of Electrical Engineering, and Faculty of Organization and Informatics resides in Varaždin. These are implementation timelines, education pilots, and until 2029, we shall have, it's the last one after that. Yes. And what is conclusion? UNIC and University of Zagreb can become a European model of responsible AI integration as a tool for human empowerment, not replacement, and human-centric principles as the foundation of all AI deployment. Of course, that is not new for us, and I need to say Professor Meissner in his own way explained and told everything, but it is our experience and it is important because even in the, how to say, not very favorable and friendly environment of politics in Croatia, we succeeded to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And especially to explain us on the background of the detailed experience of a rector of a Croatian university. Now let's come to our technically supported communication, and I think we start with Shanghai. Is that possible? I must... wonderful. China.
For me, it is possible.
Welcome, Professor Ernst Pöppel. Now in Shanghai, I mentioned he is a recommended member of our European Academy and also a representative of the German National Academy, the Leopoldina. And why is he in Shanghai? But I think you should explain us why you are now in Shanghai.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry that I cannot be physically present. I do not know, does it technically function? Can you hear me? Well,
yeah, all is fine.
That. It's fine, okay, very good. Yeah, I'm at present here to set up a new research unit in brain science. I'm a brain scientist, and I do this together with a colleague from Peking University. Perhaps I come back to this later, but because this transition to China is actually something like a symbol of internationality and interdisciplinarity. I have been asked as a member of the Leopoldina, the German Academy of Sciences, to say a few words. The Leopoldina, the National Academy of Science in Germany, is the oldest European, actually worldwide oldest academy, founded in 1652. We have something like 1,700 members. And our task is actually both the representation of science globally and also do consulting for governments. I personally have contributed, for instance, in the concept of aging. That was sort of one of my tasks. Well, in my personal experience, I must say, academies, in particular also the Leopoldina, serve the purpose of, let's say, unifying colleagues, scientists from all over the world. The Leopoldina was the academy, the only institution during the Cold War to bring together scientists from East and West Germany. So this was, I think, is a really important point to make. Let me make a personal statement. My motto is scientists are natural ambassadors. We are the only ones independent from culture, religion, language, political system, financial opportunities to try to understand what's going on in us and around us. So that is some kind of, let's say, promise we have. And the Leopoldina and other academies, and particularly also the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, represent exactly this, to create these bridges between the different countries. Now, the Leopoldina, as well as the European Academy of Arts and Sciences, is characterized also to include younger people. So we are promoting that young people somehow also associated with that. Now, let me make some kind of, let's say, random remarks, perhaps, also picking up some points which have been discussed before here already. One of my daughters once asked me, she wants to be cultured when she is adult. And I was quite surprised. In German, Ich möchte gerne gebildet sein. So I had to come up with an idea. And this contradicts a little bit what has been said before. I think in our time right now, to be cultured has three aspects. Everybody, and in case the students are listening, everybody has to be a specialist. You have to be the best in the world to do something In fact, this recommendation came also from one of the greatest inventors of the 20th century. It was Edwin Land. Edwin Land, the founder of Polaroid. He told my daughter, be the best, be the best. But this is only one. Number two, all students, everybody actually, from school and university, must have a landscape of potential knowledge. So that this is general education. And when you there have that and take this serious, then you know that you cannot be a specialist for everything. So you know that there are others who pursue a specific goal. So this complementarity of a landscape of knowledge that includes, of course, STEM, or what has been said, STEAM, or STEAM, science, technology, education, arts, and actually also management. All this is necessary. And when we have that, actually, then we get to the third for free. And the third for free is respect. Can also perhaps use the word tolerance. Respect towards the others. So these are sort of my idea how to be cultured. Now it was said the conference here is sort of the point is all about humans. Now let me say a few words as a brain scientist. I think we have, particularly also in AI, in modern AI, a misconception what knowledge actually is. Knowledge, what we have experienced right now in AI, is strongly centered towards explicit knowledge. Explicit knowledge usually represented in language. But human knowledge is based on three prongs. It is indeed explicit knowledge, verbally represented. Side remark, we started a project called Tower of Babel. There's a great problem in understanding others between cultures. So we have to learn, we have to understand what understanding actually is. And it turns out that certain very basic concepts, as Klaus Meinzer indicated, for instance, the concept of human rights. This is a very different concept in different cultures. Politicians talk about different things when they refer to these general topics. So explicit knowledge is indeed, of course, one prong. But then, this is sort of, my own research goes in that direction. It's implicit, tacit knowledge. For instance, take for instance the NASA, planning the trip to Mars perhaps, or Elon Musk. People know that you cannot program it perfectly. It's impossible. You have to rely on tacit knowledge. So for instance, navigation, when we navigate through the world, walk around, we use tacit knowledge. And so this implicit knowledge, and it's very fundamental. Let me give a citation from Augustinus, written in Confessiones 397. He was, the famous quotation is, "What is time?" I happen to work on time, by the way. And he said, if somebody asks me what it is, I cannot tell you. So I know what it is, but I cannot explain it. So actually he uses and we do that all the time with these general terms. We know what we are talking about, or we believe so, and we cannot define it. So this is the complementarity of explicit and implicit knowledge. The third prong is actually sensory knowledge, visual knowledge. And this is, by the way, what we exactly do in Shanghai in the new center, image science, complementary to verbal, to explicit knowledge. So these are sort of points that I wanted to stress. Another point, we always talk, or like to talk about interdisciplinarity. Well, there are two different kinds of interdisciplinarity. One is, let's say, horizontal interdisciplinarity, when you link together, let's say, mathematics, philosophy, physics. So Professor Mainzer somehow refers to you. Yeah? You are representative, an incarnation of horizontal interdisciplinarity. But then we have, of course, vertical interdisciplinarity. And that's actually the challenge, for instance, in our field, in psychology, brain science. We start from phenomena. We see something, we experience something, we have aesthetic evaluations. Aesthetics is a fundamental aspect, by the way, of our research project in Shanghai. But this is even a political project, to create a beautiful environment. Now, you have this phenomenon, and then you want to understand the data-generating mechanisms, how it comes about. And then you go to the brain, and you look at different data-generating mechanisms, even down to the molecular level. And these links between these different kind of levels to create a phenomenon based, by the way, on evolutionary principles. We often forget evolution is called mutation and selection is social, mutation is chemical. This has to come together. So here, indeed, of course, we need modern technology, AI systems to support us to understand the link between the different levels in vertical interdisciplinarity. So these are basically some points I wanted to make. So let's become, if possible, global citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Especially thanks the Slovenian and Chinese engineers who make it possible, the communication between Slovenia and China. I'm very happy about that. And the center you are now starting and founding up in Shanghai is exactly in your sense, namely human-centered, natural scientific-orientated research centers, because neuroscience together with the humanistic goals, that is the task of your center. But now the last contribution comes now from the other side, I want to say, of our planet, namely from the United States. And it's my pleasure and my honor to introduce Professor Ballas. Professor Ballas, I mentioned it in the beginning, the background of him is health science, and he is our US delegate in the European Academy. It is a video because he is on his flight back to the United States, and therefore he could not take part directly. Can we now see the video?
As we are discussing interdisciplinary perspectives on human-centered science, technology, and society, let's focus on pathways of high-impact research.
Yeah, you see.
Good morning. I am Andrew Ballas, U.S. delegate of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, and also an elected member of the American College of Medical Informatics. And it is my great pleasure to join, at least via video, this very important conference. And I'm sorry I cannot be there due to my travel on the same day, but certainly I wanted to contribute to the discussion. And my focus will be on how in science it can become really productive in meeting societal needs. And there is a great need for that, unprecedented need, and I am sure that with good teamwork, international collaborations, we can address the most vexing challenges. But before we do that, I certainly wanted to express appreciation for the leadership of Dr. Toplak and also Dr. Mainzer in developing this conference and the exciting agenda.
Okay.
As we study research publications and research results, what is becoming more and more apparent that a very large percentage of scientific publications are non-reproducible. Particularly two studies from drug companies were very indicative that almost 50 to 78 or 90% of research results are actually non-reproducible in the preclinical area. But we see similar defects in a very large number of other studies, and we did a meta-analysis with my colleague Dr. Mansour, and we found that the ratio of significant errors, influential errors, is varying between 20 to 80%. Very high. Another type of problem that is getting increasing attention is the uninformativeness of results. Regardless of the actual reported results, by design, many clinical trials are unable to guide clinical practice because of the major design flaws that are apparent in the publication. And in addition to that, a large number of studies become unfinished and unpublished. And one may ask the question, would anyone like to be a participant or an unfinished and unreported clinical study? As we try to measure and define what kind of study can lead to valuable results, an experience comes to the forefront from the work of and achievements of many Nobel laureates, namely the focus on problem-solving research. And here is Thomas Withoff and his very telling statement about the discovery process that led to his Nobel Prize winning achievements in defining the cell transport functions. And basically his message was that many of these studies led to various discoveries. There was no one big eureka moment, but a series of discoveries that helped to define this enormously important mechanism. So he basically identified very correctly a major theoretical problem and successfully solved it over many years of many projects of research. And that actually led to very practical implications, as we all know, that now the technologies and discoveries he achieved helped us to produce human insulin by yeast cells because the transportation problem is solved by his Nobel Prize winning discoveries. The next factor influencing the success or failure of research is the scientific leadership. It is more and more recognized that to be successful in science, you don't just have to be good in understanding major biological concepts and research methodologies, but also a type of leadership is required to maintain well-functioning team culture, to plan projects, to manage budgets, to quality control the research, to increase productivity of research, to support the investigators, and many, many other strategies. And as it comes to prominence, we recognize that it is essential to reduce waste, elevate productivity, and increase impact. And we should certainly put much more emphasis on teaching leadership skills to future scientists, not just the theoretical and methodology backgrounds. In the review of crucial factors that characterized very successful, very productive research, we need to highlight that great scientists solve problems but also make a direct impact. As they make progress in their studies, they find ways to use and apply what they already discovered. And the European history of science has many, many marvelous examples. So let me just mention two. One is Robert Koch, who is known to be for the discovery of the causative agent of tuberculosis, cholera, anthrax, and so forth. And then he actually went to the Adriatic island, not very far from you at the conference, to Brioni, and he eradicated malaria. So he actually applied the principles that he discovered. And the same could be said about Louis Pasteur, who developed the vaccines and the germ theory diseases, but also he developed and discovered and developed the pasteurization technology, which is named after him, and it is still used very effectively and very productively today. With this slide, I would like to highlight another interesting aspect of the most productive award-winning research that we should pay attention to. And that is based on a study that we did on 21st century Nobel laureates and showing their tree of productivity and collaboration. How many publications they produced, how many grants they received, how many patents they filed, how many collaborators they secured. And this is a very interesting tree that can be used as a comparison for those who would like to evaluate themselves against this higher standard, namely how Nobel laureates developed their own research where they were not known, very well-known researchers. They were not Nobel laureates, but they were already working towards their discoveries that were later recognized by the Nobel Prize. What I would like to highlight is that there is certainly a middle ground that is becoming very, very apparent in these analysis, and it really shows that, for example, the Nobel laureates have a large number of publications, but not a very excessively high number of publications. They are not, by no means, they are not hyper-prolific scientists who produce hundreds and hundreds of research publications. Far fewer is the typical Nobel laureates scientific publication output. The same can be said about their grant support, and they are definitely not the hyper-funded researchers. We see a few of those in many countries, including the US. So relatively modest funding and a reasonable number of publications, but with some notably more patenting than the average investigators is something that characterizes the path of Nobel laureates to their greatest and most impactful discoveries. So with this slide, I would like to summarize the golden rules of productive research that really emerge from the many studies that we and others did on this field of studying how research evolves and reaches great results. And the 7 rules are the following. First of all, it's problem solving. It can start from a major practical or a theoretical problem. The latter one is typically called curiosity-driven research. Either way, the research is well substantiated, well justified, and certainly has a motivational impact, but also something that influences, defines the productivity of the research. The second one is pursued by multi-year and multi-project commitment. So one project follows the other, but they all somehow contribute to answering the big question, the great problem that triggered the entire process of research. The third is successive iterations that build on self-controlled reproducibility, meaning that you build on your own results as you move forward. And that's enormously important because you obviously don't want to fool yourself, believing research results that are not real, not reproducible. But if you do the research on a way that you can trust it, and you will trust your own research, you can build your next project on the results of the previous research. So the self-controlled reproducibility is probably the most powerful way to make sure that you get useful, valuable research results as you progress. Effective leadership, scientific leadership in obtaining resources and building effective groups, effective teams. Sometimes these teams are not contemporaneous, but one group of people, perhaps students or colleagues, come to here and then they hand to the next one. So it is it might be a multi-generational thing, but still can be very effective if it is well organized with good leadership. Then develop collaborations, grant publications in a success trajectory that learns from, for example, Nobel laureates, but other effective researchers. So the excesses that you can see sometimes in the research community can be avoided, should be avoided, because those are not as productive as some of the more validated pathways to success. The sixth rule is that it should be in touch with reality. And there are various ways how researchers can find applications for his or her research results, like patenting or developing industry partnership, or various practical applications advising the companies solving problems that are around them and can benefit from their already accumulated knowledge. And finally, the seventh rule is that, again, going back to the problem solving, when the final result, these many projects, the many years of research, the outstanding understanding of a well-defined thematic field should benefit many unknown other people. So the researcher should feel successful not just when something is published or perhaps when a grant received, but when other people benefit from the new knowledge that is produced by the good research and the dedication over a long period of time. And with that note, I would like to thank your attention and wish you a great discussion and also great successes in developing your own research and research trajectory into a most productive, most effective, most reproducible direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Concerning the discussion now, we are in danger to run out of time. And so I think the main questions were considered by all our participants, especially everyone gave a vision for the future and the importance of academies in a world of patents and innovation and companies who are doing in the future, main of the part in research. But my last remark concerns these presentations here, because it demonstrates in a political sense, I think, that the worldwide communication of scientists is working. We are a worldwide working interdisciplinarily and internationally working community of scientists. And I think that is a very great value in a time of wars and conflicts. I thank you so much and end this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished guests. It was a great panel, a lot of very useful information, especially for the students. So thank you so much for this contribution to the success of our conference, and of course, thank you also to Shanghai. So Thank you very much, and see you. And now to our very much awaited keynote speech on principles and policies to respond to this dangerous time we're living in. And I'm really thrilled to announce our keynote speaker, Mr. Jonathan Granoff, the president of the Global Security Institute, also trustee of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. Mr. Granoff is also a senior advisor and United Nations representative of the Permanent Secretariat of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates, signatory to the Global Peace Offenses. So, Mr. Granoff, the floor is yours, and you will later also take part in a very interesting debate. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I want to thank the two distinguished organizations of science and art, the World Academy and the European Academy. Particularly want to thank the Alma Mater University for convening us. And I want to get right into it, but before I do that, I want to get a picture of you guys. So just put your most beautiful faces on and shine so I can share this with lots of people when I get home. Thank you. Because it doesn't matter like what I say if it doesn't communicate something and spark something in you. So I want to get right off from listening to what I've been hearing, something that I hadn't planned on talking about, but I want to start out with some basic facts that really mean a lot to me. And I hope it means a lot to you. 50% of the human population owns less than 2% of the world's wealth. That means there are mothers today deciding which one of their children will have enough calories to live the next week. That's a reality. 0.001% of the world's population owns 3 times the wealth of the bottom 50%, almost 4 billion people, owned by 0.0001%. Last year, over $2.5 trillion was spent in armaments. My country spent almost $1 trillion alone. But the statistics are that less than 318 billion would be needed to eliminate extreme poverty. So we don't really have a problem, a technical problem, in terms of taking care of billions of people right now. We don't have a problem of expanded knowledge. We have the technical capacity and we have the wealth. We hear people like Elon Musk talking about expanding consciousness. No, we need to expand conscience. We need to expand knowing the reality of what suffering is for so many people. And we need to talk about what it is to bring human security to people. We have so much security preoccupied with the security of states and institutions that we create. That we create states. I mean, states are a fairly recent creation, created in the 1640s to stop people arguing over whose definition of Jesus' love was better, and they were slaughtering each other in massive numbers in Europe. And people got together to separate them. Got together to separate people. But today we have to figure out how do we work together. And that's called building trust. Building trust. The Cold War was ended because trust was built amongst people in both blocs. In an essay that George Shultz, the former Secretary of Defense of the United States, wrote reflecting on his life. And remember, he was one of the people committed to the abolition of nuclear weapons that put in motion the reduction of the arsenals by over 80% since the first summit in Geneva, in which the superpowers said a nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought. And then ended that paragraph saying, and neither party shall seek military advantage over the other. At the height of the Cold War, that was because they trusted each other. As he said, when trust was in the room, whatever room it was, the family room, the school room, the coach's room, the military room, good things happened. When trust was not in the room, good things did not happen. Everything else is the details. Trust is the currency of the realm for the security of our planet. When it breaks down, fear is amplified and exploited. Fear leads to armaments. Armaments reinforce fear, which becomes a descending spiral, a hazardous spiral that leads to dysfunctional, fear-driven, insane behavior. This process of this huge amount of money spent on finding ways to pursue security by building weapons, ironically, the more we perfect the weapon, the less security we get. What could be more insane than that? Is driven by a model of security called, or based on a Roman maxim: prepare for war, receive peace. And this leads to the continual pursuit of military advantage. So now we have 9 countries, the United States, the United Kingdom, China, Russia, France, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea, threatening all of us with over 13,000 nuclear warheads. And if less than 2% of that arsenal was used, it would throw at least 5 million tons of soot into the stratosphere, ending the agricultural base of civilization. So we've moved from mutually assured destruction, so that if any one of these nations uses their whole arsenal, to self-assured destruction. So we've moved from mad to sad. And that's where we are today. And the leaders of these countries are threatening these weapons. Now, there's another paradigm that we know of. The UN Charter is an achievement of the highest order. Before the UN Charter, there were many, many doctrines on how you conduct war, going back to the laws of Hammurabi, going back to the laws of Manu in South Asia, going back to the laws of what you can and can't do in a war that Muhammad laid out, many systems of the limitations in war. But the institution of war does not get condemned by law until the United Nations Charter. That's an enormous achievement. And it is unrealistic to think that the guardrails of international law can be ignored and have a sustainable future. Because the passions driven by fear, coupled with the technological capacity we have for destruction, is inevitably, by accident, design, or madness, going to end us all. And we cannot be ants on a log talking to each other, knowing full well that we're going to go over a waterfall. So we have to have another approach. We have to have an approach that says it's irrational to be destroying species at 1,000 times the evolutionary base rate. It's irrational to have a system of generating energy on the planet that's so adversely affecting the climate that we're going to affect the health of the oceans, which is 50% of our oxygen comes from phytoplankton. If I lose a lung or you lose a lung, we can live. But if the phytoplankton is injured, and it depends on the health of the oceans, our species dies. We ignore these facts at our peril. And the fact of these destructive behaviors is not coming because we don't have enough technical information. It's because we forgot the why. The why. The why, and this conference is so noteworthy because the why is about taking care of people. That's the why of the pursuit of knowledge. And that's why it is such a laudable endeavor that the Alma Mater University is hosting the Global Peace Offensive, because that is what is needed right now. It is both practical to take proactive engagement using all of the skills of the different disciplines of the world: science, diplomacy, law, culture, art, to look at how do we move toward a peaceful, coherent world. We don't know, there's no silver bullet, what a horrible analogy, silver bullet answer to that question. But we do know that the processes of engagement, dialogue, and addressing problems can lead to extraordinary solutions. And we do know some examples of things that actually work. For example, my colleague from the World Academy of Art and Science, Donato, has identified a whole list of methodologies that we've learned in the realm of diplomacy that work. For example, we know that sometimes graduated reciprocity in threat reduction, unilateral actions, characterized as weakness by the fools who deny our common humanity and demonize adversaries, works. So the United States, which I know very well, had a president with Richard Nixon who unilaterally said, we're going to destroy our biological weapons. We're not going to wait for others to do it. These weapons are morally reprehensible, and we have better ways of defending ourselves. And he started destroying the biological weapons program. 10 years later, there's a treaty banning biological weapons. And the adversary said, wait a minute, we can do the same. The Chemical Weapons Convention was similarly achieved. President George Bush Sr. unilaterally said, the United States is going to get rid of its chemical weapons. Not only will we get rid of threatening to use them, we're going to get possessing them and destroyed them. A full 10 years before the Chemical Weapons Convention was established. Now that happened also because I was part of a lawyers organization called Lawyers Alliance for World Security, and we went to the business community and said it would be good policy for you to distinguish and put a firewall between the peaceful uses of chemicals and the military uses. And we got the Chemical Manufacturers Association to say, we're going to put up that firewall. And the public loved it. We don't have such a firewall with the nuclear industry. We should, because there's a big difference between using the technology of nuclear technology to kill ourselves and to provide possibly safe, secure energy, if we can figure out what to do with the garbage. But the point is, science is not neutral. Science expresses values in action, and science has to be accountable to the arts of law and morality. The nuclear venture is the first horse out of the barn without those reins. We have to have those reins over AI, and as yet we don't. As yet we don't. All of the stress tests that have been done have shown that AI is not either fully understood nor under control yet. But that's another subject. In the 1960s, there was a woman, Juliet Hollister, who came up with the idea of a venue for she conceived of a place called the Temple of Understanding, in which all of the religious leaders of the world could come together to talk with each other and affirm the values of service, love, compassion, etc. That building never happened, but she started a movement of interfaith dialogue. And now, in all the major cities in the United States, I know very well, there are interfaith councils. It's normative. In Boston alone, there's 55 of them. There's an organization that I'm very active with called the United Religions Initiative, which has hundreds of thousands of groups all over the world, in which you need 7 people in the group of 3 different faith traditions addressing a problem collectively, because we've discovered that when people work together on a problem, they build trust with each other, and then all kinds of creativity happens in the atmosphere of trust. We heard some discussion about how you create innovation and an enabling environment. The best is when a group of people try to solve a problem collectively, in a trusting environment, creativity emerges, because that's the human condition. When you're in a caring environment, all kinds of amazing things happen. So this group, I'm in a group of the United Religions Initiative, and it took us, by the way, it took us about 7 years to create this group. It was funded first to sort of create a parliament of the leadership of religions, but everyone decided we need to create a massive discussion on the planet, particularly amongst people that are not getting along. Like there's big groups in India and Pakistan of people talking to each other. Just like that lawyers group that I mentioned that I was part of, during the height of the Cold War, we had exchanges of lawyers from the then Soviet Union to come to the United States. We showed them jury trials. We showed them bankruptcy court. We showed them judges holding the state in contempt of court, holding the state to the rule of law. They became advocates of glasnost and perestroika, helping to end the Cold War. And lawyers that we sent from the United States to the then Soviet Union came back and said, oh my God, in Russia there are human families. They're not demonic. They're humans, and we can find a way of getting along. That kind of civil society, professional exchanges, whether it's in religion, in law, in art, works. In the height of the Cold War, behind the scenes is interesting, while both the United States and the Soviet Union were mutually demonizing each other. And this was a very dangerous period, much like we're in right now. Behind the scenes, both countries were encouraging scientific cooperation to address the scourge of polio. They didn't tell the public about it because it would be politically unpopular, but it worked. So the scourge of polio has been addressed. We've prevented it. We've pretty much wiped it out, largely because of that scientific cooperation. So there are many centers of the study of war. There are many colleges of the study of war. There are many interfaith initiatives, the Parliament of the World Religions, Religions for Peace, in almost every country of the world. But there are not very many centers for the study of peace. There are not many initiatives that say, let's coordinate these efforts, particularly the academic community, particularly the scientific study of how do we achieve peace, how do we build trust, how do we use all of the arts and skills that our humanities give us and the technical skills that science gives us, empirically driven knowledge, to work for peace. How do we have a peace offensive? How do we have a center devoted to that? Oxford University has for hundreds of years had a chair in war studies. It's done very well. I know people trying to create a chair in peace studies. But here, in this university, there's going to be a center for the singular purpose of studying and applying peace. And I hope many of you students avail yourself of this and engage in it and demand of your teachers, demand of your elders that they focus on giving you the skills to bring about a peaceful world for you and your children. I think we need a golden rule for today. When the golden rule was articulated, the highest moral standard that's taught everywhere in the world, whether it's refrain from harming others as you don't want to be harmed, or do unto others. When that was articulated, whether it was Confucius, Jesus, Muhammad, Socrates, you couldn't destroy the future. You couldn't. Even if you wanted to melt the polar ice cap, you couldn't do it. But today we're putting the future at risk. So I think one of the arts that we need is the art of ethics. And I think the ethical principle for the 21st century is treat the lives and well-being of future generations as we want to be treated. I own a house. I can paint it. I can sell it. I can rent it. Because I own it, I can destroy it. That's what property is. We don't have a property right for future generations. We don't have a right to use up the regenerative processes of nature for our own greeds and our own wants. We don't have that right. It's impractical and it's immoral. And that's what people care about. And the people don't understand the SDGs, which are articulation of this that support every country but 3 in the world, Haiti, Myanmar, and the United States right now. But it's a norm that says we know how to have a sustainable future. We have the technical expertise. We need the political will. And the political will needs, people need to say, this is morally the right thing to do. We need to take care of future generations. And that boils down to, it was interesting that one of the previous speakers referred to the Einstein-Russell Manifesto, and those are some of the same people that created the World Academy of Art and Science, and I'm sticking to my time here. And they ended their manifesto exactly on what this is about our humanity, about people, about the peace offensive. They said, there lies before us, if we choose, continued progress in happiness, knowledge, and wisdom. Well, wisdom is the application of compassion and love in action. Wisdom is not simply passive. Wisdom has to have life, or it devolves into mere sentiment. Shall we instead choose death because we cannot forget our quarrels? We appeal as human beings to human beings. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. If you can do so, the way lies open to a new paradise. If you cannot, there lies before you the risk of universal death. I believe that the global peace offensive has the potential to stimulate and catalyze the voice of conscience in enormous numbers of people and organizations worldwide who truly believe that people have the will, knowledge, heart, and soul and passionate desire to live harmoniously. There's a powerful constituency sitting on the sidelines. There's a powerful alliance between people who care about a sustainable environment and people who care about peace and security. And anyone who looks into the eyes of their children or grandchildren can say, I have a responsibility to them. But nobody has been bringing them all together. So my colleague Donato has come up with this brilliant idea of a peace offensive. The potential of it is enormous. The need for it is clear. And the only way it's going to happen is by people engaging in it, raising the money, raising their energy, raising their passions, and engaging with each other at a global level. We now are in a time in which when we say we, it doesn't just mean, this is the conference on the status of women, and there's a portion of it in remembering Dr. Jane Goodall. And Dr. Jane Goodall, and I think I'm one of the few guys in this. I taped part of the memorial because I worked so closely with her. And I pointed out that when she said we, it didn't mean just human beings. It meant the whole web of life. And the fact is that if we die, the ants will do just fine, and so will the bees. But if the ants die, we have about 2 months to live. So when we make a commitment toward life, we have to include the web of life. And that's what we now know by science means we're but a thread in this web. And so our sense of connectivity to one another and to the web of life, that is what we have to work at. That's the technical knowledge that we need. And that's about us, human beings. Remember your humanity. That's first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Granov. You're now invited to stay on stage. Go. You're just like the Swiss watch. So, we have the fourth chair, and I'm really happy to announce a fantastic panel we'll hear now, which will be chaired by Mr. Donato Kiniger-Basili, the Vice President of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences and former UN Senior official. So what you need is that. What you also need are two more panel members.
There's two other panels.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to announce Ms. Tanja Paffenholz, a scholar and policy advisor specialized in peace processes and political transitions, the founder of the Director on Inclusive Peace in Geneva, and last but not least, Mr. Paul Ziakowiec, Director of Mediation and Peace Support. And prior to that, he, for nearly a decade, has served as project manager in various roles at the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, HD. And now to Mr. Donato Kiniger-Basili, the chair of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor, and thanks to everybody. The great advantage of speaking after Jonathan Granoff is that he has done the work already. I could step down, and the whole thing has been introduced to you very effectively, I believe. But we have what I call a sort of dream team today. These are the specialists that I really dreamt of bringing here after last year's experience. It was exactly a year ago that I was on this podium presenting you the peace offensive, the global peace offensive. Lots of things have happened, so I think we have to go back a bit in our recent history for those who were not here, for those who need to know a bit more about what the peace offensive is all about, and to see how we are going to roll it out. So this is what our dream team is going to do. By the way, Ambassador Stadler was supposed to be with us. She's the chief strategist of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, last minute, could not be there, would not be with us, but she's following us. So thank you, Sabina, for following, and we will engage with you at a later stage. Now, what is the peace offensive? It's a concerted effort to attain peace. It's, as we heard from before, is bringing humanity back to the center stage of conflict resolution through norms, through values, through culture, our culture, through traditions, through science and technology, through innovation, as we heard. This is all extremely important. We have to remember first about our humanity. We have to forget all the rest because it's part of us. It's part of us, our humanity, and our principle of collaboration in a pathway towards peace, bringing peace, establishing peaceful relations based on reciprocity, based even on concessions, as we heard from historical examples that Jonathan has brought before us. And doing so, we can create a large coalition. We are just at the beginning of this process. Mind that, we are just at the beginning of this process. But the fact that three institutions, the World Academy of Art and Science, Alma Mater, our convening organization, and the European Academy of Science and Art came here, and in October 2024 first, they signed a visionary statement around this subject. Then later on, we developed a call for action around the same principles that I will present to you in a minute. And then, finally, not finally, but latest, the latest development, we also established a center for the global peace offensive. It's indicative of some progress towards our goal. Oops, I never know where to point. So, well, you know, I don't need to be evocative of what are the threats, the imminent threats, the existential threats in front of us. So I prefer to bring you instead an engraving of 1560 by Peter Bruegel the Elder. This is a metaphor of an unpredictable journey. 3 caravels in a rising squall, a violent storm at sea. You see the waves, you see the hidden rocks probably, the storm is coming. The shallow waters are a threat, and we need to find a new way, a new sailing course in order to avoid these threats in front of us. In our turbulent times, are we already in the eye of the storm? Or the eye of the storm is approaching. We need to know that. We need to remember ourselves of these imminent risks. And at the same time, we have to know that this is not just due to conflicts, it's also due to the relation that we have with nature. Nature can help us to obviate some of the problems, but we need to know what nature can offer. We know that 5 million of people die every year due to pollution, to the environmental pollution. So these are critical factors to be kept in mind. So as the old multilateral system of relations among states is faltering, a new international system is not yet in place. Hence, we need a new system. We have to work towards a new system. Peace, as we see in this engraving of 1560, is a long journey. And peace cannot be achieved just with weapons and is not achievable with the stroke of a pen, not to say with the deal-making approach of nowadays, with the real estate approach in agreements or trying to make peace just, again, signing a document. Peace has to be cultivated. It is among people, and people have to take part in it. Now, these are the main pillars of the peace offensive, that it's about people. In recognition of the unprecedented threat to peace and human security, and in consideration of the political polarization, the growing violence that is not just physical violence, it's also ways people communicate to one another. It's the disregard for human dignity is therefore a disenchantment in general, also towards politics and political solutions. We have a collective responsibility. We need to reverse the direction, exercising our own way of convening around problems, around solutions, find solutions, concentrate around critical solutions, the scientific solutions that we heard from speakers in the previous panel. They can help those principles in terms of how to attain useful research, research that serves human beings, that serves our collective purpose. So for that reason, we have also to trying to enhance our human security, the basic needs that people have. Food, health, security in general, this is what people want. And this is really the essence of what we are promoting for our own security. We have to build bridges. We have to facilitate a dialogue, exercising a convening power around problems and solutions. So this is the dialogue-driven approach of our global peace offensive that is focused on identifying conflict de-escalation opportunities, on the future-oriented conversations that we can develop with change makers through even foresight exercises involving youth. Why not? Actually, you have to be on the forefront of our initiatives, with research, ad hoc research, preparatory research, and working on supporting grassroots, localized initiatives for peace building and coexistence, leveraging peace building and science, technology, identifying concerted actions and trust building, as Jonathan was saying, enhancing trust building and cooperation for human security. So our intent is to mobilize a collective response, weaving a network of participating individuals and organizations into our fold, in what we have already established. This is a campaign, is a social mobilization campaign. We have a call for action, I was saying, that we signed on the 14th of March 2025. And it's the three-pronged strategy, I can repeat this here, is here in these 3 points. Strategic de-escalation, problem-solving approach, trust building with mutual concessions, gradual, reciprocal initiative that can build trust among people, among parties. And then enhancing dialogue through collaborative, appreciative inquiry, appreciative relations among people, qualities, and what can people bring to the table in general. There are even, now we speak a lot about artificial intelligence, but there are other forms of intelligence that are very prominent nowadays. Of course, augmented intelligence, but even generous intelligence. This is a term that I like a lot because it brings really touch really the heart of people. I mean, talking about what we can, in terms of intelligence, human intelligence, what are the points of contact between people, how we can integrate our thinking. We have also a tool nowadays we have developed for a diagnostic of what are the critical situations in the world, the hotspots. This helps us to crystallize the situation, to understand it, to explore it better, and to bring an understanding, a snapshot of critical situations, and refine it through elaborations, through thinking, through dialogue. There are multiple ways of representing reality. There is not only one. We have to accept the fact that people need a confrontation, but they need also to change opinions. They need to improve on their opinions. And science, technology can help around this theme. This is last September. We created the center, Global Peace Offensive Center, here in Maribor, thanks to Professor Ludwig Toplak, to the University of Maribor, alma mater, that is hosting us here, for research and dedicated to promoting lasting peace through civil society engagement. Jonathan said, yes, the Westphalia Agreement in 1600 is long gone. Now we have to find a new way of bringing people not to the table, because there are no tables anymore, but bring people to the discussions that improve human relations. This is the essence of our effort. And now, since this is a sort of recap of what we have achieved recently and what we have discussed, I was telling you I have this team of specialists that Igor, our Master of Ceremony, has already introduced. I will join you in a second, but please let me ask you first a general question. What can we do to expand this circle, to expand this peacemaking community? And where do you see gaps that we can fill at the present moment, and where the peace offensive can help address the various threats, the existential threats that we are surrounded from? So the first to inaugurate this round of a debate is Tanya Paffenholz. Tanya, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for your introductions and inspiring words. Thank you to the people. I love this title. It's about people, and you have been so patient. And so we ask you for another round, and then please engage. We're going to have a lot of engagement. I'm very happy to be the first women speaker of the day. Just to mention. And I wanted to also, before I answer your question, give some positionality. I'm a peace researcher. What is that? Peace research has been founded in the 50s with an intentional goal. It was not just about researching conflict and peace, it was about changing the circumstances. And I think that's a crucial difference. It's an intentional science, and there has been a lot of conflict in the peace research community over the last 50 years. Mm-hmm. Should we be the serious researchers? Yes, we are very serious researchers. We are in international relations, we are also in peace research. But there has been a tension between, do we publish all our results in the journals and that's it, and we then hope one day it will evaporate to policy, or we are more practically engaged as well. And I think that has always been a tension, and I think I'm sort of somebody who's always been dancing between practice, policy, and research, because it's for me, research without sort of being connected is not very fulfilling. Okay, that's one thing. Then what you said in terms of what are the gaps. I think before we talk about what can the peace offensive very concretely contribute, we need to go back to what is the landscape. And I wanted to add to what Jonathan has said. We have a fundamental breaking point, a critical juncture in history. So as like the end of the Cold War, it's almost like that now, because in peace processes, what we have seen is the UN had a major role in bringing parties together, in running so-called comprehensive peace agreements, where you had like ending wars, but you had also substantial reconstruction architectures, how to shape new societies. And it has greatly failed. Let's be honest. Look at Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. Look at the prominent places where we had so-called missions. Why has it greatly failed? A million of reasons, but also it was not all about the people.
That's right.
And the people were also not included in their own solutions. So we had reached that stage where also a lot of critical peace researchers, where you would see tons of publications and PhDs on why the liberal peace-building enterprise has failed. In the middle of all this criticism and self-criticism comes a new culture, fixing the world through short-term deals. Of course, the US is on the forefront, but we have also the so-called new mediators. There's a lot of new countries in the scene of peacemaking, which is the Gulf states. It's Turkey, it's Kenya, it's South Africa, Brazil. So new actors come into, it's not only just Switzerland, Norway, the EU. Suddenly we have so many more actors, and they're not collaborating. They're not under the roof of the UN or anything collaborative. They're doing their job, and their main goal is to end violence, which is a very noble goal. But the key challenge is, it's not enough to end the violence if we can't create sustainable structures, because the violence will repeat. Look at Gaza. We are in the phase of Plan A for Gaza, and the violence is already coming back. So this is a fundamental change. So now, if we talk about the peace offensive and what gaps it can fill, I think a fundamental question is, if it's about the people, what does it mean? Donato said human security. Let me give you a concrete example. Let's make that specific. Mm-hmm. So I'm working with a group of Ukrainians, civic leaders. They have high leadership positions in the civic world and in humanitarian world, and they're together since 2014, and their goal is to help end the war. But they came to me 2 years ago and said, we want that this peace negotiations that's going to happen will include human needs, that will understand the needs of people in the occupied territories, in Russia, in Ukraine. We want the people's needs to be included. We need a seat at the negotiation table. Get us there. You're the expert. I said to them, forget it. Why? Because the world has changed. I said 2 years ago, I have doubts if we're going to have a proper peace table. I have doubts whether even the Ukrainian government has a seat at the table. So what do you really want? If you want to change and influence what is going on, let's work on influencing. So what we have done in the last 2 years is taking human needs, what people need, formulating them into concrete recommendations and making the tour to Europe, to the US, and being invited on the highest level to present these results, and they have been included into Trump's peace plan. So it's quite a story of how you can still get the people's needs into high-level short-term deals in order to create the preconditions. There are points in of how can families be united, but there's also very political points like how can a peace architecture look like after the war, because these people have compared the lessons of the past, what has not worked and what they think should work in the future. So there are all these things, and how does this work? It works because people are part of collective networks, what you said.
That's right.
And we did I call this like an influence mapping. You map out who do you know, who has contacts to who, get us to the White House and how. It's all possible. So peacemaking and peace building is about, and I think Professor Tola said at the beginning, it's fragile, but there's possibilities. And I think I'm a possibilist. I'm part of a group of people, we're all mediators and negotiators, and we have founded the League of Possibilists, which basically means we refuse to accept that something is not possible. It's always possible to end the war, it's always possible. And the other thing, that's my last point in this round, is you don't think you can just listen. No. You all need to engage, because we have to count on you. Yeah, because we are all old. You are the future, and that's why all of us need to find our space, how we can contribute. And the peace offensive will get a space for that too. Thank you.
I then would pass the floor, thank you, Tanya. I mean, very inspiring and supportive at the same time. Now, I want to hear from Paul. Paul is, I would say, a traditional mediator in many ways.
Absolutely.
He's a diplomat, and he has gone through, various iterations of mediation processes, but he's also an innovator. And he has examples he can share with us also from recent ongoing negotiations. So what can the expanded circle that we're trying to define, what can we do to bring to fruition also science, also culture, and different actors into the traditional negotiations and mediation processes?
Thank you. Thank you, Donato. Thank you to the Alma Mater University, the World Academy of Art and Science, and the European Academy for Science and Art for having us here at the conference. So what can the peace offensive achieve? I go back to what Professor Toplak said at the beginning of our conference, that we're living in uncertain times, I would say even turbulent times. So old systems are faltering, even being actively undermined. And in the newly emerging systems, I think that there are serious gaps that traditional players will not be able to fill. And so it's time for fresh ideas, and it's time for innovation. Now, when it comes to peacemaking specifically in that international changing environment, some of our major challenges include the erosion of international norms that we thought were long established and universally accepted, the sidelining of multilateral institutions from peacemaking, as Tanya just mentioned. Some of them were actually established in order to do peacemaking, and now they are being actively sidelined. And also the other worrying trend that Donato mentioned is this reach for quick fixes or transactional deals, what he termed real estate diplomacy that we're seeing more and more of. So all of these things make peace processes less comprehensive and less inclusive. And it also means that fundamental reasons or issues at the center of conflicts are actually being overlooked, such as justice, for example, or at least not adequately addressed. And when that happens, there is always a greater danger that conflicts will relapse, they will come again. So in that context, this big space that has been left and traditional actors being sidelined, there is room for innovation and for new thinking, new voices. And that's where I think the peace offensive can have a role. If it can become a connector or a mechanism or platform for joining peace efforts with relevant constituencies affected by conflict. These are constituencies that are usually marginalized, even though they make up the majority of people affected by conflict. So women and youth and civil society, and I would add economic actors and the scientific community. And the reason I add those last two groups of people is because for me it's always been unusual that they bring so much in terms of ideas and innovations, but they are not generally in the peace talks. And we as mediators were always on the lookout for entry points, so openings where there may be a potential for finding common ground between the conflict parties. And these points of convergence come more easily where you can identify shared interests or common threats. And so that's where science comes in. And we heard about the Cold War. Jonathan was saying earlier that in the worst times of the Cold War, it was science diplomacy that kept alive some sort of thread of communication between the big adversaries. And who knows, maybe that was the only thread that stopped us from an even worse destiny. The fact that they were able to work together on issues that they believed were common threats, such as polio. The eradication of polio happened, in the darkest times of the Cold War, and also the repair of the hole in the ozone layer was collaboration. Primarily, not only, but primarily the Cold War adversaries coming together and determinedly addressing that shared threat. So science diplomacy has a tradition and it has a positive history. And these days I think it's a tool that is underutilized, underappreciated, but it's worth tapping into, and I think the peace offensive has a role in doing that. And, Donato asked me to
Antarctica. I want to know here about Antarctica and the Caucasus.
Okay, I would like to talk about Antarctica, but I know very little because I work on the Arctic, which is
that's right.
Similar, but very
that's
different.
Right.
If you know what I mean. Anyway, I run a dialogue process that focuses on the geopolitical confrontation in the Arctic. So that involves all of the relevant states that are competing or confronting each other in that region. There are a lot of important threats, risks in play in the Arctic. Accelerated climate change. Climate change happens 4 times faster in the Arctic than anywhere else. That has a lot of consequences, such as accelerated permafrost thaw, potential release of global health threats from the permafrost, biodiversity loss, all kinds of challenges related to the climate change. But then there's also, of course, the increased militarization of the Arctic. More than half of Russia's nuclear assets are actually based within the Arctic Circle. Also increasingly Western military assets. And in these times of lack of constructive diplomatic level engagement, it's important to have at least unofficial dialogue, which is what we do, on some of these issues, to make sure that there's not an unintended escalation or misunderstanding that could lead to confrontation. So among all these issues, sometimes the hardest ones to move are the political issues and the security issues, and you often get deadlock on those types of issues. And then you have to think about creative entry points, and it's the science often that comes up as a prospect, because frankly the science, the scientific, the environmental consequences, they don't recognize borders, right? So they are mutually shared threats. You can't argue with the facts. And so the scientific community has a role in building bridges, sharing their mutual understanding and finding entry points where dialogue can still happen, even when on politics and on security there is deadlock. And so I've used this tool of science diplomacy in a number of different settings in our dialogue work, including in Ukraine, which I worked on for several years and had an ecological track, which was actually often the only one that had any momentum when the political and the security dialogues were at a standstill. And then in the Caucasus, there's a similar kind of dynamic where science actually keeps moving, and there is a potential for building trust based on commonly agreed facts, which you cannot deny are there. And there are other parts of the world where also science can be a sort of enabler or a trigger for some momentum in peace talks. So there's a couple of examples there, and also historically the Cold War has a lot of such examples that can inspire us in these times.
There can also be spoilers in certain cases. I mean, they can also create problems, but we have to appraise ourselves of all possibilities. Now is Jonathan. Jonathan,
okay.
You have your microphone.
I think I have a.
You still have that one. I also have it.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just give a couple of examples. But first, I think one of the values added that is needed is, by contrast, in my country, in the United States, if you're against abortion as a moral issue, and no one's getting pregnant in order to have an abortion. It's not like some great event. But if you're passionately against abortion, statistically, you're likely to be for more money for the military, less money for schools. More money to weaponize space, and less money for health care. Now, that's weird. There's no natural coalition there. That's been, I call that an astroturfed coalition. It's not a grassroots coalition. But there are natural coalitions that have not been nurtured. People who care about a sustainable environment are the same people highly likely to care about fundamental human rights. People who care about fundamental human rights are more likely to care about nuclear nonproliferation and disarmament. People who care about nuclear nonproliferation and disarmament are more likely to see common interests amongst the nations of the world and the value of working together. I know that's true because one of the programs that's part of the Global Security Institute is Parliamentarians for Nuclear Nonproliferation and Disarmament, which is now in 80 countries with multiple parties. It's not ideological, it's just focused on stopping the proliferation of nuclear weapons and moving toward a safer world. And we have permanent observer status in the Interparliamentary Union, which is the organization of all the parliaments of the world. because parliamentarians who are connected to the aspirations of people know that their people want to stop the spread of weapons of mass destruction. And the alliance is so easy and so natural. But no one has really, as a strategy, brought together all of the disparate, I call them the initiatives of virtue, that are natural grassroots alliances. That's not been done. And I've had some experience in a multi-level, multi-organizational alliance that was very successful called the Middle Powers Initiative. And I'll just describe it. And it was kind of like an idea that a brilliant strategist who was a diplomat and a senator from Canada, Douglas Roach, had, which was in the 1990s when the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty was indefinitely extended. Now that treaty is the third most important legal instrument of the 20th century. The first is the UN Charter. The second is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the third is that treaty, because without that treaty, there'd be dozens of nuclear weapon states, rendering every regional conflict an existential threat for all of us. Now, that treaty had within it a provision that after 25 years, it would either be extended indefinitely, terminated, or extended for a period of time. And it was agreed by the nuclear weapon states and over 180 other nations to extend it indefinitely based on a promise that there would be progress on disarmament. And we looked at this situation, a group of us, and 8 different NGOs, some of them as networks of NGOs, civil society organizations like the International Peace Bureau, International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, Nobel Peace Laureate Organization, Pugwash, Nobel Peace Laureate Organization, International Association of Lawyers. 8 of us got together and said, what can we do to strengthen the process? We strategized. And we said, well, you have 5 countries that are intransigent in progress on the subject, the P5, the United States, France, Russia, China, and the United Kingdom. And then you have the vast number of countries in the world, the non-aligned countries, demanding immediate abolition of nuclear weapons. So you had this absolutist demand with the absolute intransigence of the countries with nuclear weapons. We said, we see a natural alliance of middle power countries, countries that have reasonably good records on human rights, that rely on the rule of law for their security because they don't have massive militaries, and care about their people. So we formed the Middle Powers Initiative. And eventually we had we maybe had 30 conferences. We had 3 conferences. We started out just doing grassroots. And then we met with former President Jimmy Carter. He loved the idea. He said, come to the Carter Center. And he co-chaired these conferences. We had over 30 countries at a high diplomatic level and helped develop programs which were adopted by over 190 countries. Now, the problem we're facing today is the authoritarian leaders of countries don't seem to respect the legal obligations of their countries. So that's a very serious problem. If we don't solve that, everything's over. We have to solve the problem of authoritarian lawlessness. Because otherwise, treaties, promises fall apart, trust breaks down, and bullets become verbs. That's the biggest problem we face. We have to solve that. Presuming that we will be able, if we don't solve that, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Because the way authoritarians work is they stimulate the amygdala, the fear part of our brain, which allows them to subvert reason, and they do it all over the world by just stimulating fear and divisiveness, which renders treaties and cooperation and everything that we care about moot. Presuming that we will be able to get back on track with the major countries, we need to prepare for the steps needed to get to a safer world. So I'm pleased to say that in the process, the Middle Powers Initiative helped stimulate 13 practical steps in 2000, the moratorium on testing nuclear weapons, strengthening international atomic energy safeguards, and our motto was, what are steps that will reduce no country's security, that will enhance security, that will enhance international cooperation and law, that will build trust and will institutionalize progress. And I'm pleased to say in 2010, 60 more steps were agreed upon. In other words, the roadmap to a safer world is there. It got subverted by this process of authoritarianism, and that's another subject that we cannot ignore. But the vast majority of countries, the vast majority of people actually believe that cooperation is possible and necessary. And I just saw an example of a group of us got together and instituted a process that ended up with 3 conferences with the former President of the United States, and he gave us the Carter Center at no cost. And we had the convening capacity to bring together the players. But we didn't start out that way. We started out very much like this. And in the process, some of the countries of the world said, the New Agenda Coalition was created with South Africa, Sweden, Mexico, Brazil. Countries like the idea that this civil society group came up with. So it was grassroots and it was expertise, and it was successful. So I just say I've seen other examples of that kind of success, particularly in the climate, in advancing responsible climate policy. So the point that I'm making is there's examples of success, but what we haven't seen is the coalition of all of the different virtuous initiatives, which is the vast majority of people on the planet. And that would be a huge value added that I think is very realistic if we could get some energy of a secretariat with the resources to just do the task.
In fact, the approach that we are taking in the peace offensive is to look at with a problem-solving approach and a localized intervention. I mean, try to not to create, to solve all problems at once, but to really direct our operations to what is feasible, where we may have a good entry point and an added value to offer. So then, you can do 1 + 1 + 1 and reach also a certain level of impact that is, of course, very important. Now, we will have a second round, but I know that Igor is also preparing for questions from the floor and questions from all those who are online that are following this debate. So please, anybody that has questions, Igor, just please give me a sign anytime you have a question or you see that people want to ask a question. I think that for young people in particular, this is, in my opinion, a great opportunity also to understand how better they can try to influence processes, how themselves they can be actors of change in one way or another. So maybe you have questions for our experts in this direction. I would have a question in terms of what can we do at social level in order to be really a stimulant to counter-fight also this disenchantment that obviously people feel, the fact that lots of efforts have not achieved results. So what can we do to entice people to come forward, and what kind of collective representation can we not necessarily shape, but can we bring together? Whoever wants to intervene, Tanya.
Yeah, let me go. So I think there's 3 things that I think the peace offensive can do. And then let me elaborate on one of them. The first one is what you said. I call it critical convenings. And I think Maribor is perfectly placed for that.
Yep.
And connecting also with other spaces. Critical convening is not just bringing people together that talk together all the time.
With the goal.
We need to break the expert circles and really mix up researchers, but from different strands. Just yesterday during dinner, I talked to the colleagues from neuroscience and medical, and there's so much we can learn from each other for a common cause. Bringing different researchers together, but also bringing the business community in, people and all this, and providing the space and nailing down the topics that matter. We cannot talk about everything. We need to be focused on what is the change agenda. That's number one. Number two is mobilization. And here we talked a lot about artificial intelligence, but we haven't talked about how do we mobilize young people in using it for a good cause. So that means also, how can we mobilize, on the one hand, what you said, Jonathan, bringing all those different conversations and networks together that are already doing things because they don't have a common space, an intentional space. But the mobilization, in my view, has to also go through social media. We talked about, I think we should have a very cool Instagram campaign. We can have a YouTube channel that not talks about how military games end wars, but how peace is possible, and make a cool cartoon, a Muppet show. There's so many things that can be done, but there needs to be, peace needs to be cool. If peace is not cool, you don't get and mobilize young people. So we cannot only talk to those we have convinced. Then I come to what's the role of science. That's for me the third element. And I have 4 points what I think what science can do to peace, and what I've done basically all my career. And I start with Hannah Arendt, who I think made an important statement. And she said, in times of crisis, there is a responsibility of the intellectuals. I've written about turning this around into responsible scholarship. So what is responsible scholarships in times of crisis? Number one, it is basic research. What is basic research? Asking the right research questions. Why is that not changing the world? Simple. Number one, the funding structures we have in research are counterproductive to collaborative action. They produce a lot of PhDs and postdocs and single studies that are all maybe relevant, but they don't make a joint picture because they're all doing their little things. So we have Horizon projects in the EU that fund collaborative action, but everybody, every Horizon I have been taking part, everybody has tried to make sure they sit in their compartments. And then somebody else unites everything. The second problem is in research. I've worked for the EU, the UN, for governments, and I have seen how the value of research has not been used. Why? Because the system works like that. You have a major research project that maybe has a lot of answers. It's then presented in outreach activities. Who's sitting there? People say, we had the European Union, the World Bank, they were all there. But who's there from these institutions? It's usually the research department. Basically, the people are not important. The people are not communicating anything to the country desks, to the policy desks. So if you don't understand how the system functions of policy making, you can't make policy change. So that's why I all encourage you, do as many internships as possible and understand it. The second role of research is what I call translational research, and where medical science has really advanced because they understood there is a gap between fundamental research and what the patients need. In peace, we are not even having something like translational research. I've done this like a lot, and I'll give you an example. What does translational research look like? You take results, like we had, for example, a massive project over 5 years with 25 universities on the role of civil society and people in peace processes. Such a big book, won a couple of prizes. Why? Not only because of the evidence, but also because we managed to translate it into guidelines for policy as number one. So we informed like about 20 UN resolutions, EU statements, God name it. They all made it into these guidelines. But who's following guidelines? We don't know. That brings me to the third role, which I call evidence-based support to peace processes. Very concretely speaking, taking the evidence that is there and directly, basically advising in processes. Concrete example, in the Colombian peace process, I worked with the ELN, one of the listed terrorist groups in brackets. We don't like the word terrorists because Nelson Mandela was a terrorist too. Who was a terrorist? Just name the groups. So this was one group that was fighting for actually the rights of oppressed indigenous voices, very rare speeches these days. But they were also using terroristic acts and armed conflict. And we advised them on how do you move from your armed struggle to the peace negotiation table. How we did that, I was with them in the bush in Colombia, and my research team basically provided me every night, time worked for us, with the latest evidence on the questions they had, how to structure the process, how to get more participation in, how to do this, how to work on the resistances. And I took the research results and just gave them ideas. Say, you don't have to do it like other people did it, but here's ideas, here's what worked in these places, and we jointly structured a peace strategy. What happened is, you cannot just go to the bush in Colombia without having the okay from the government, of course. I worked a lot with the Norwegian and the Swiss government to facilitate that process. Then the government said, but we insist on a debriefing. So I said, but I can't tell you what I have discussed with your opponent, but I can share some ideas. And they said, sure. So I shared ideas with the government, which then ended up the government and the guerrilla group together, basically building a plan based on the research ideas we had. Then I was invited by the government to advise them. They had a referendum. It was quite a famous referendum. It's one of the first referendum of a peace process that failed. So I was invited 6 months before the referendum to bring them comparative evidence on referenda. And I said, okay, this is the knowledge we have on peace referendum and democracy referendum. And all the conditions you have in Colombia show that this referendum will be lost. And they said, no. You just don't get Colombia. I say, I wish you well, but I'm just comparing the conditions you have are more built on hope than on reality. So of course they were a little bit like not so happy, sent me back. The referendum was lost. The day the referendum was lost, they said to me, board a plane and come here, we need you. So then they said, what are we doing after a lost referendum? And I said, there's no evidence. Because we have only 2 cases of a referendum that was lost. That was Cyprus and Colombia. So let's broaden our scope of evidence to democratic referenda that failed. And the result was that if you don't instantly start new coalition building, if you don't make a sham offensive to the population, if you don't unite movements and say, we are still for peace, it's going to fail. The whole process is going to collapse. That's the evidence we have. So then, after I said this, I was invited, just me, like, to the office of the president. And they said, we don't know who you are, but somebody said you have some important, interesting things to say. So I stood there on a flip chart and said, okay, research shows us A, B, C, D, E, F, G, which means not existing here, you're going to fail. If you not want to fail, research shows us you can do A, B, C, D, E. And I said, okay. And the president toured the country and made a sham offensive to the opposition, and they rewrote the peace agreement. So I think we can see that research can do a lot if it's intentional and is not afraid of reality. We don't need to be afraid of reality. Thank you.
I would like to give the floor to Igor. Igor, you have questions from the floor?
I have to share some stories about
any
Santos.
question? Because
What I would like to inform you that we have 10 to 15 minutes for the discussion, and I asked the students, are there any questions?
Or comments?
Not students or comments? Not students, but the lady. Please just wait for the microphone. The lady in red, just a moment.
Thank you very much for all new informations that you gave us, all participants. But I missed something. You spoke about peace. Peace has so different faces. You, Frau Paffenholz, Mrs. Paffenholz, you spoke about your engagement in South America. But for example, peace of a mother in Colombia is quite another peace as my peace with my children. And you only mentioned that you are the only woman here in this part. I'm sorry to hear that. And another, my remark. You know that peace is after the Second World War was built from a generation so-called veterans, and also the generation baby boomers. Our work to do is how to educate it, not our children, but also generations to come, what peace in every day means, not only in high diplomacy and high politics, which is very important. But I'm living here. I'm living with the youth, with our students, who are very active every day to ensure peace in the classroom, in the community. And I'm sure this is very important. But in this unpredictable world, I returned last week from the Far East and made a very huge excursion what peace is. Peace in Iran, in Tehran, is quite another thing as peace in Germany or United Kingdom. And also, I'm sorry to say, in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Would we have other?
Any other comments, especially about the students? Male or female, it doesn't make any difference. No? We have a question via email. Well, because it was mentioned science diplomacy. How do you see the impact of the COVID crisis on how the world could solve common problems? Is this a positive or a rather negative example of how to do it?
The impact of
the COVID crisis.
COVID, yes.
Yeah.
Jonathan?
Yeah, so the COVID crisis, when the COVID crisis happened, is this on? Yeah, there we go. I wrote an article for Newsweek magazine, and I pointed out, pardon? And I pointed out that viruses don't carry passports, and that this was an opportunity for the world to come together to promote human security and not to view addressing the crisis from a national level.
You would be next.
If you deal with a pandemic only at national, if you deal with a pandemic only at, hello? There we go. If you deal with a pandemic only at a national level, there will be pandemics in the future, and if we don't have a global system to address it, the pandemic will go in a particular region, mutate, and come back even more virulent than when it began, because viruses are actually kind of smart. So I wrote about how this is our opportunity to focus on human security. Human security is a way of looking at security based on people's actual needs, focusing first and foremost on the security of the person. So the United Nations contacted me. The Japanese funded a human security trust. So there's an entire department at the United Nations focused on promoting human security. And they contacted me. I'm the president of a relatively small NGO, Global Security Institute, and they said, can you help us mainstream this concept? And I said, no, I can't. I don't have the resources. But I'm part of an organization that does, the World Academy of Art and Science. And I brought it to this organization, and it said, great idea, we can do this. Now, one of the trustees of it knew somebody who was part of the Consumer Technology Association's conference that takes place each year in Las Vegas with all the top companies that make the digital world we live in. I mean, all of them are there, and all of the decision makers from the leading countries of the world on the subject of cyber world, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, self-driving cars. I would list the past, when we went to a bicycle that can rise up in the air and fly around, all the high tech. And we met with them, and they said, we're going to make human security a central theme of the largest technology conference in the world. So there was a straight line between an idea that one person had, me, writing an article,
and then leveraging it, and now all of a sudden, all of the major corporations dealing with high tech are aware, mainstream, of this idea. And I tell this to you as students to realize, and I mentioned about the interfaith movement beginning with one person, never think that an idea doesn't have power in and of itself. And that if you have a good idea that resonates because it's true and because it's virtuous, find a group of people to discuss it and see if they can leverage it in the world that you're living in. I started out when I was a student actively engaging with small groups of other students with ideas that we thought were relevant to our life going forward. And I learned how to do that by addressing issues that were of a local concern where I was. And I've applied the same technique and seen how a good idea can be leveraged if you really own it. And that's what I'm urging you as students to try to do. Learn the skills by working together on a project that you know is of authentic concern to you and how you can make the good idea to solve it grow.
Thank you, Jonathan. Tanya, would you like to make a very short comment, very short comment to the comment we received?
Yes, thank you very much for your comment. Very, very essential what you said. I'm working with some colleagues on a project called Pieces of Peace, to acknowledge actually that peace is not universal. The universal thrive is universal, but people have so many different needs. The other thing is the everyday peace in education is so important. And when I lived in Geneva, we had this essay and then video competition among schools, like to say, what is peace for you? And the kids, like from 9 to 14, produced amazing videos, and it was all about inclusion. It was all about how do we live together with our differences, and it was beautiful. And I think to encourage these kind of things, use education and let people over the years find out what is it what they can contribute to peace, but not just peace is so abstract. Be concrete. What do people mean by it? And very often it winds down to creating inclusive societies where you have differences and can still live together. And I think education is key. And there has been a huge study years ago from the University of Birmingham on education and conflict. And it showed that no matter which country, even in like European countries, the system of education, that was one of the findings, is actually supporting conflict and not peace. The way competition is dealt with, the way hierarchies are dealt with. So we have basically the wrong institutional setups for creating peaceful citizens. So that's this, and then peace education has been a subject on the side. You can choose between theater, football, and peace education. I mean, it should be mainstreamed. Thank you.
We have one question, and then I'll give the floor to Paul because he has some conclusive, let's say, not remarks, but suggestions in terms of how to bring the peace offensive forward. So if we have a question from the floor, please, Igor.
Thank you. My name is Yuri Zoplak. It was a fascinating panel, but we have here hundreds of students here in the hall and watching online. I would ask you for the end to give one piece of advice to young people, something they will remember. Thank you.
This is a fantastic question. I will keep it, if you allow me to, for the very end, because before I would like to give the floor to Paul for, to wrap up a bit the suggestions that we have for the rollout of the peace offensive. Then I think we will come to that, and each of us here will attempt to give an advice. And I think that is fundamentally important for the future also of our initiative. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if it's a wrap-up, but it's a few thoughts.
Additional thoughts,
about
yes.
What could be done.
Yeah.
So in terms of preparation, I think, as Tanya knows well, whenever you think you have an idea, it's good to do a mapping and figure out what others are already doing to make sure that it's not duplicative and doesn't undermine what other actors are already doing. And in the peacemaking world, you know, there's a whole industry of people with goodwill and with good ideas, and there's a lot of things happening, and it's important to find a niche and to figure out what's not being done or what's not being adequately done, and then to go for it. So that's just the first thing about preparation and just doing a proper analysis of what's going on already. And then in terms of actually getting moving, I think that maybe it's a good idea if the peace offensive thinks of getting involved in certain conflicts and doing useful things in certain contexts, then to be a place where an assessment is made of demand and supply. So demand means, is there a need for the idea that the peace offensive has? And does it have the supply, does it have the expertise and the know-how and the experience, which I believe, at least in the scientific realm, it has an abundance of such expertise and know-how. But anyway, this idea of assessing needs and demands and availability of the expertise, I think it's an important function for the Peace Offensive Center. And then, you know, just to finally prove that I've been listening and learning this morning, I want to recall something that Professor Emery was saying, because I found it very interesting, the framing where he explained that, you know, inventions don't come from thin air and from a vacuum, but they, you know, they're preceded by experimentation and reflection. And so I totally agree. And the experimentation, the reflection increases the probability that you will come up with a good invention. And so I think the Peace Offensive Center could be, in tying back a little bit to what Tanya said, could be a place for that experimentation and for that reflection, and also that sort of innovation community that Professor Emery was talking about, to bring different types of stakeholders together and formulate, you know, what are the problems and what are the entry points and what are the potential solutions. So I think that those things are a little bit vague for now, but I think these functions could be part of the work of the Peace Offensive Center. Yeah.
Definitely they are and they will be. As you know, we also have this diagnostic tool that we have elaborated to represent reality and to also help transforming realities in due process. Now, I think the question of Professor Yuri Toplak comes very nicely at the conclusion of this debate, because the Peace Offensive is exactly about engaging people, engaging youth. I mean, to transform reality and to make it better. So the question is, what does it take from you? What is the piece of advice, as Yuri was saying, that we can offer? Shall we start really with 2 words? Please, let's be as synthetic as possible in this response, because only a few words can be retained at the end. And I think that we have to be catchy and on the spot in this particular case. Jonathan?
Okay. The heart without the hand will degrade into mere sentiment. Everything begins with the heart of your humanity. Everything begins there in your life, in your career. Whatever you do every day has to be in accord with what you are as a human being. Everything begins there. And if you don't bring it into action, it degrades into just mere sentiment, which leads to cynicism and ill health, actually, dis-ease in your life. So first is to find the core values that you have to move from what is to what ought to be. That's what the journey of life is to bring love and compassion and goodness into action. It doesn't matter what you're doing, there's always opportunities. And then I would say the hand without the heart's really dangerous. That human beings who are not guided by conscience become very dangerous creatures because our capacity to impact one another is enormous. But when the conscience of the heart is brought into action, transformation occurs. And a motto that I use for that transformation every day for me, my background is law, so I practiced law and I was passionate about bringing justice into the world. That was a driving force for me, and there was a way to do that. So I tried to develop skills that would be in accord with my values. So if you're in the healing profession, or if you're in the education profession, or if you're in the profession of science, you develop the skills in accord with your character. So love people, use things, never love things and use people. Love people and use things, and your intelligence that you're learning are things that you can use. So learn skills that are of service and bring it into action. By doing that, you'll want to join with other people, and one of the things that everybody wants is inner peace. If you want inner peace, bring your conscience into action and you'll get inner peace.
I'll be brief, Maribor. So advice to students. Number one, don't let yourself rule by fear. Don't be afraid of the future. Don't be afraid of insecurity. Don't be afraid of the job market. Because number two, believe in yourself. Follow your passion. Because if you follow your passion, everything else will follow. Number three, always think about why you're here on this planet. What you, as a person, can contribute to humanity, no matter where you are, in which profession. You have a unique talent to contribute to humanity in whatever position you are, and use it wisely.
Well, I just ran out of time, so I better be really quick. 2 words for the students: curiosity and engagement. So it's one thing to be good at essays and examinations and get good grades, but really what I guess if you look at recruitment, for example, what recruiters often look at is whether you've gone out there and done things sort of extracurricular, gone and explored and tried different things and, you know, written a blog, volunteered in a developing country, these kind of things. So I would just say whoever's up for it, be curious about the world and then demonstrate your curiosity by actually going and doing it and engaging. I think that's important.
So someone said that human mind is like a parachute. It works only when it's open. And, you know, so I really feel that you should keep your mind open. This is the most important thing. Curiosity, passion, but most important, go against the wind. Never follow the crowd. Never follow the crowd. Always ask yourself, why are they going that direction? Is there another direction I can pursue? And what the other thinks about that? Always have a contradictory kind of analysis. This is essential in life. Critical thinking. And with these words, I close it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a great panel, and I got the idea why Mr. Kiniger-Pasidi actually used this phrase, take 2 words, because he knows that actually the name of the city of Maribor consists of 2 words. It was actually created, invented, because in 150 years ago, a little bit more, it was only the German name for the city, Marburg. So a poet actually created a new Slovenian name for this city, Maribor. So he took Mar, which means care, and Bor, fight, which is probably what you said. You have to care and then you have to act. So that's why Maribor is a great place as the home of peace offensive. It is perhaps too late to reframe it in Miribor, but anyway, Maribor is also okay. So thank you very much to the panel, and thank you very much for your kind attention. We have now an hour and a half of break, also for our online viewers, and please come back at 1500 hours sharp for a really fantastic opening of the afternoon session by Professor Anna Kobesova from the Charles University in Prague, and she will speak about a very important thing, physiotherapy. Thank you very much, and be back at 3 o'clock. Alma Mater European University in Maribor, and also for our viewers online. We're starting with the afternoon session of our 14th conference. It's all about people, and we're really happy to announce our next speaker, which is Professor Alena Kobesova from the second faculty of medicine at the Charles University in Prague, from the Department of Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine. She will speak about physiotherapy in the era of artificial intelligence and robotics. As we know, because we always, Slovenians are kind of obsessed with history, and we know that, of course, we learned a lot from people from Bohemia and Moravia, and now Czech Republic. For example, the first composer of a Slovenian opera was a Czech, Förster. Then we had, of course, this one of the first dramatists, Anton Tomáš Lignard, was also Czech. One of the most famous sports constructors in Slovenia, Stanko Blodek, was also Czech. So, I mean, we owe a lot to the Czechs. So we're so happy that you're here. And one question, why is it called second faculty of medicine of the Charles University?
Because there are 5 faculties of medicine in Charles University. 3 are in Prague and 2 are in other cities.
Wow.
It doesn't mean that second is worse than first.
Okay.
It's just number 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, that's good to know. So 5 faculties of medicine just at the Charles University. So this is something. So you will talk to us about physiotherapy in the times of AI and robotics, and how to preserve humanity in this. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, thank you. First of all, this is the place where I work, so Charles University. At the same time, I work at University Hospital Motol and Homolka, and it's the biggest medical center in the Czech Republic, which means that we have a good access to very specialized care, and it means that we have a good access to research and educational activities. This is not my first time lecturing here. Thanks to the kindness of your rector, Professor Toplak, I have been invited several times to teach here. And I also received a position of visiting professor at Alma Mater, and I would like to say that I am very proud of my collaboration with this prestigious institution. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me. I have usually given lectures on postural stabilization and functional assessment and treatment of musculoskeletal system. However, this time I have been asked to deliver more academic speech, and I'm supposed to focus on physiotherapy in the era of artificial intelligence and robotics. And I would like to dedicate this lecture mostly to you students. Modern medicine is developing rapidly. New technologies strongly influence patient assessment and treatment. They definitely improve quality of care, increase the effectiveness of our interventions, and modern technologies really help to improve patients' quality of life. and they allow activities that were previously unimaginable, especially in people with disabilities. I'm pretty sure that you were following a little bit Paralympics games, and it's quite amazing what performance, what achievement you can see, and how dedicated these individuals are. And the result of their activity, it's certainly thanks to their hard work and determination, and obviously supporting a team and multidisciplinary team working with these elite athletes. And as you know, rehabilitation specialist, physiotherapist is always part of the team. So perhaps there can be your future career. And so at the same time, there is a big development of sports, new technologies, which allow for really amazing results. You have your professional life ahead of you. So I'm sure many of you already have a vision what you're gonna do. Maybe you would like to work in some prestigious and modern centers. Some of you might dream about working with elite athletes. Some of you maybe will be working with neurological patients. Others can see the future in pediatric rehabilitation. And maybe some of you even want to build your own modern physiotherapy practice. So the career can be very rich. You have many options what you're gonna do. And what you are going to do, there might be procedures which would be considered just a science fiction maybe just 2 or 1 decade ago. So here you will learn about robotic assisted rehabilitation programs, advanced motion capture analysis, and digital tools. You all, I'm pretty sure you use smart watches and phones, and you monitor your own physical activities, and you will also monitor the physical activities and exercises of your patients, and it may help certainly for their recovery. You will study hard, you will learn things like regenerative principles and how to support tissue healing, how to improve functional restoration. Obviously, you will also learn about approaches that can improve outcomes of disabled people. You will be learning about stem cells and advances in genetics because it has a great influence on our work. And obviously, personalized medicine will always be emphasized because the patient must be in the center of our team and our attention. However, in light of those new technologies, I would like to emphasize one little different point. Do not underestimate clinical assessment. Do not underestimate your hands, your eyes. Talk to the patient. Pay your time to take a detailed interview and communicate with your patient. I had a mentor, a colleague, Professor Levitt. Maybe you have heard this name before. And he still, I think, he is not alive anymore, but he worked until the age of 95. And he is a real authority in the field of rehabilitation. So he was taking cross-country skiing, and at that time he was 94 or so. So he was very active well into old age, and he practiced medicine for over 70 years. He was a neurologist by training and rehabilitation physician, and he still saw his patients at 95. He is the author of a very popular book, Manipulative Therapy, which was first published in 1966, and since there have been many translations and many editions, and he did not work only on books and chapters, but also he is the author of more than 200 scientific papers. So he tried already, maybe 40 years ago, 50, he already paid attention that what he does, that there is some neurophysiological background, and that is some kind, as much as he could prove, that it's evidence-based work. And it wasn't easy at that time to publish, because obviously there was no Medline, no PubMed, no Elicit, no ChatGPT, which helps us nowadays so much. So it was much harder work to publish. Still, he was very active in publishing and very pro-evidence-based medicine. But at the same time, this is quote by him, evidence-based medicine is just a work on an acceptable level of uncertainty. So if you cannot prove something, it still doesn't mean that it has no sense. Modern medical philosophy suggests that what is done by clinician hands, what we observe when we work with our patients, what we hear when we perform auscultation is merely subjective. But does it also mean it's unreliable? Does it mean that we are not supposed to use it? I don't think that especially physiotherapy can be replaced by technologies. Lots of our colleagues think that only what is performed by instrument, electronic setups nowadays is real and objective. But all these technical advances, even artificial intelligence, has been produced by people brain, by their way of thinking, by their hands. And so the original is us, humans, and technologies are only secondary. So isn't it a paradox that sometimes we trust more the copy, meaning electronic devices, and we reject the original, our own brain, our own thinking, and we don't trust enough in our hands, for example, which is the main tool for rehabilitation specialists and physiotherapists. So I still believe that there is no instrument which can fully replace our hands, our eyes, our personal communication, our clinical reasoning skills and empathy and time dedicated to the patient. I don't want to say that technologies are useless. On the contrary, very important, but as everything in our life should be balanced, we should also be able to balance technologies with our clinical work with the patient. So I would like to demonstrate several case studies now, and I believe they illustrate how important is comprehensive clinical examination and therapy. So at the same time, it will demonstrate that modern technologies are unavoidable and very useful, especially in assessment procedures, but obviously also in treatment. Here we see, I think even if you are a student in your first years, even you're not very well trained eye, you can see this protrusion at L4, L5 level. At the same time, we can see degeneration at L5, S1. So we can see those changes, but are we treating the image? No, we are treating the patient. So at the same time, we must see patient posture. And I think we will all agree that muscle coordination here is not optimal. We can see hyperactivity of perispinal muscles. There is no activity of these lateral dorsal sections of the abdominal wall. We can see there is incoordination between sections of the gluteal muscles, too much activity of gluteus medius, atrophy and no activity of abductors and external rotators. So, we must always compare imaging with physical assessment, clinical work. I think this is very nicely put by Professor Janda, another mentor of my generation, when he says that every body tells a story, so let the body of the patient speak to you. Every extra minute spent on an examination will save you time later. So it's worthwhile to put your time in clinical assessment. This is my mentor and the head of our department, Professor Kolář, and he gives another very important message, which is that static assessment is not sufficient and it's not adequate. We should always do examination and assessment during movement, because during movement we can see all pathologies much better, and sometimes these are details which you will very hardly track with any technologies. Even poly-EMG will not give you the same information as your palpation and as your vision and observing. So this is a very simple test, trunk extension test, And if you watch the patient now, you can see the pathologies we have seen previously on the static image. Now you can see even more apparently. You can see that the extension is not smooth. The patient has hyperextension of his neck, and paradoxically there is kyphosis of his thoracic spine. We can see anterior pelvic tilt and this poor coordination. Experienced clinicians can see lots of details, and these details may really play a role and may be important. So experienced clinician can recognize little differences between optimal pattern and suboptimal pattern, and sometimes even small details, hyperactivity somewhere and hypoactivity elsewhere. This may be the primary cause of the problem. Sometimes not external forces, but patient muscles actually hurt him. And so I don't think that there is really any technology capable of detecting these details which may play a role. Let's see this patient. Now you can see here that there is disc protrusion. It's not very dramatic. Still there is L4-5, but it's not really big. And now when we watch this patient is in MRI scanner, and you will see dynamic MRI when the patient is slightly lifting his legs. The movement is very small because you cannot do large movements in the scanner. So it will be just a small hip flexion, and now you see what's happening with his spine during hip flexion. All of a sudden, if I stop it here, you see all of a sudden you have much bigger impression of the dural sac, and you see multi-level disc protrusion. Now it's in 3 segments. What does it mean? It means that there is instability, postural instability, and this happens with patient's spine because it's just a slight hip flexion. This happens with every step. And now we are supposed to do 10,000 steps per day, so this happens with his spine 10,000 times a day. And we didn't really see it on a static assessment. We needed this new technology, dynamic MRI, to really recognize the instability. Why I have this picture here? It's like a water drop dropping in the stones. The forces which develop during this flexion, these are small forces, but they happen again and again and again. And if the water drops for years, it will create a hole even in the hardest stone. So time and repetition matters, and we can call this repetitive strain injury or cumulative trauma. You must consider this aspect during your assessment, but also during your treatment. I like really this quote by Professor Stu McGill from University of Waterloo, Canada. Repetition does not make perfect, it makes permanent. So if you do proper exercises, and again, no technologies will really tell you, you need to observe, you need to palpate, you must spend your time, and then you can see if the patient repeats the movement properly, following your instruction, because if he doesn't, he will see you back and he will tell you, I honestly do the exercises you gave me, but I'm worse, I have more pain. And that's because he performed exercises in suboptimal way. So it's even more important aspect in sports. When in sports they repeat movements, specific sport movements again and again. So if he lifts like this 1 or 2 times, it doesn't matter. But through his career, if he uses this stereotype hundreds and thousands times, would you be surprised that he is going to see you with hip problem, or maybe it's gonna be a knee problem or low back pain problem? Repetition really is important. If you watch this girl, for example, if she performs her exercise like this, I'm not sure if she would improve her problem with her scoliosis and insufficient stabilization of the shoulder blade. She needs your hands to correct her and guide her. And the same is true for sport, for example. You see optimal movement here, or it's one phase of the movement, and the coach should see that this girl is not performing optimally, and if maybe she is still a very good athlete, she can be skillful, she can be strong, she can be agile, but at the same time, she will hurt herself unless someone corrects her. And again, it should be the coach, the human being, who will see it and correct her. Same here. I'm afraid that if she plays like this, she will suffer ACL rupture, which is totally pandemic in young athletes nowadays, and probably this is not optimal stereotype as well. However, if you perform a good job, you can see that in these images, a correct diagnosis and proper rehabilitation therapy can even change structural findings. These images show the same patient with a 1-year interval, and you can see that the disc protrusion is much smaller, and this improvement was achieved without any surgery. So you can really do a great job if you have this complex, comprehensive approach. So therapy usually needs to be a combination of several techniques and certainly also technologies. So you can use traditional manual therapy, mobilization techniques, breathing stereotype training, stretching exercises. Later, especially in younger clients, you must integrate optimal stereotypes into their exercise. You can use various modalities, electrotherapy, ultrasound, hydrokinesiotherapy, dry needling or acupuncture, and certainly technologies as well. It must be balanced combination. And this is sometimes, I think, a problem, that we are very proto-technologies or we reject technologies. And in our life, we need a balance. So we published this dynamic MRI, which helped us to diagnose occult spinal instability in Journal of Medical Imaging and Health Informatics. I like also this quote by Professor Levitt, that pain is a puzzle. It's a detective story you must resolve. And he says, I don't begin treatment until I have examined everything. I must see a whole picture. The key link may be from a post-trauma, repetitive strain, or dysfunction of a key area, such as the sole of the foot. So if you work with patients with musculoskeletal system, you should do basic neurological assessment to recognize there is no paralysis, spasticity, radiculopathy, etc. You will do postural functional assessment. Obviously, you must compare it with imaging studies, and you pay your attention to take personal history. So this is another case report I would like to illustrate a little bit. I was a young physician, and I shared office with Professor Levitt, and there was a patient excuse me, with chronic low back pain, and he had acute sudden decompensation after playing golf. And he was really traumatized. He couldn't move really well, so finally he was hospitalized at neurology department. However, there was no significant pathological findings on imaging studies or EMG. He was almost immobilized, and the medication, including corticosteroids and analgesics, didn't really help. And regular rehabilitation was nearly impossible because it was so painful for him. So finally, they called Professor Levitt for consultation. And what was his examination and conclusion? Well, analgesic posture, gait problem, dysfunction, GEN blockages. This is not surprising. This is what we would expect. But what I didn't expect, maybe you would, but it didn't occur to my mind, and certainly not to a neurologist. He palpated also abdominal wall, and he found highly sensitive 20 years old appendectomy scar with restricted tissue mobility and signs of active scar, which means that it was very sensitive, and there were adhesions and restrictive motion, both in superficial and deep layers. So he applied manual scar mobilization, only manual treatment, and within a few minutes there was immediate relief and the patient could go home. So the conclusion was that the active post-surgical scar was the primary source of patient's problem and pain in the locomotor system. So in the end, the relatively dramatic clinical symptoms were resolved by a few minutes therapy of the scar, which was 20 years old. Despite its age, the scar had a significant influence on the patient's posture and overall condition. And we then published in Journal of Manipulative and Physiological Therapeutics this case report. Obviously, and I don't blame them, neurologists didn't touch the abdominal wall, didn't care about appendectomy 20 years ago. But this was. So what's the message from this study? We also should do thorough patient interview, take the history. Even very old history may be important. We perform careful examination of the whole patient, including the abdominal wall. We should do assessment in underwear, which is not a routine always. If you don't see the patient in the underwear, you will hardly notice appendectomy scar. Even if something seems unlikely to be related to the problem, whatever dysfunction you find, treat it. If you treat it, you will never harm the patient. You will either make him better or not. In this case, were technical methods important? Yes, to rule out the serious disease. We must always first make sure that it's not a pain due to any acute problem. We certainly do not want to treat heart attack with thoracic manipulation, so yes. But did instrumental methods resolve patient's problem? No, it was manual therapy which helped him. Another case report I remember was a patient with headache. And so again, this was with Levitt. So he found out that she has increased tension in her neck muscles, something we would expect. Unlike me, he noticed that she leans forward in her standing. So he made a conclusion she has dysfunctional foot. And also he palpated pelvis and he recognized oblique pelvis and measured lower limbs and he recognized she has one leg shorter. So he started this treatment with activating and manipulating her foot, and I was like, Professor Levitt, she's not here with foot. She has headache. I know what I'm doing, and I know why I'm doing it. Okay, so he did a treatment of the foot. He analyzed the foot during gait because he said that even flat foot can work well, so it's important to see, again, dynamic assessment. And he made a conclusion that the shorter leg plays a role, so he gave her orthotics. He treated all trigger points, all chains, not only the foot, but all trigger points, neck, also other muscles on the trunk and lower extremity. And then he used basically headache by using a heel lift. Is it some kind of voodoo? No, it's neurophysiology. All muscles are connected. So the increased tension in the neck muscle was due to dysfunctional foot. And so through manual treatment and orthotics, he helped her. So it is, I don't say it always worked, but in this case it did. And because he always emphasized the critically important function of the foot, for his 85th birthday, we had a cake made like this. Another example, GI reflux. GI specialists, you know, it's heartburn, right? And they make a diagnosis through gastroscopy, and usually medication is a routine treatment. But what actually makes the heartburn? Why the heartburn happens? Why this painful sensation behind your breastbone? Because there is a reflux of stomach contents which comes up to the esophagus. So it means that there is dysfunction in the junction between esophagus and stomach. Under normal condition, what forms the sphincter, which should keep the stomach content in, it's lower esophageal sphincter. Is it only smooth muscle? No. There is very important function of diaphragmatic crura. Diaphragm helps to form external sphincter of the esophagus. If it works well, then you can keep your stomach content even if you are upside down. But there is dysfunction in people with heartburn, I would like to demonstrate this video. And you will see now we are looking into the esophagus, and this is the place where esophagus meets the stomach, and see what happens during inhalation to this person. During inhalation, the junction is not tight, and with every breath, this is the moment where the acidic content can come up and gives a pain to the patient. Can you do anything about this with your physiotherapy approach? Yes, you can. See, there is thoracic. Thoracic means it's thoracic breathing, chest breathing. Now, with very simple maneuver, the therapist will only activate abdominal breathing and bring the chest into proper position to allow diaphragm to work appropriately, and all of a sudden, you can see that there is no hold, that it becomes tight. How did we achieve this? Through very simple maneuver. Through this maneuver, bringing the chest into more neutral position and activating the abdominal breathing, like here, very, very simple. And so you can see that through this procedure, here on monitor, you can see this is activity of lower esophageal sphincter, and we can see increased activity through changing the color from blue and green. Blue is no activity, green is little activity, and yellow and red is more activity. So see how your hands can help even activity of esophageal sphincter. And it's super simple. It's not a rocket science how to do it. So we did a study on 54 patients with reflux, and what did we learn? We learned that cervical traction decreases activity not only on neck muscles, but also upper esophageal sphincter, and it increases the activity in lower esophageal sphincter. And the same is true for trunk stabilization maneuver. You can relax neck muscles, including the sphincter here, and you can tighten the lower sphincter, prevent the reflux. Is it important? It might be, because it suggests that there is potential to treat swallowing problems and to treat the reflux with your hands. So once again, so we published this paper, and I use it for illustration how important was manual work, but at the same time how important was technical assessment, because we could measure and we could see the changes in the sphincter in a real time. So I think this is a good lecture how combination of technologies and manual work is important. And the last one, this was elite rower. And he came to see my mentor, Professor Kolář, because of low back pain. Quick revision, you can see that there's lots of degenerative changes, big protrusion, spondylolisthesis, but he is not coming, and this will be the true for your patients as well. They are not coming to see you to hear that, okay, stop to do everything and go to bed. Especially young athletes, no, they want to learn how to improve and how to continue. And certainly this person also didn't want to stop his physical activity. He wanted to continue in his rowing activities. Here on 3T CD, you can see even more very, very clearly visible degenerative changes. And now we can watch him how he rows. And I would think, I'm not expert in this, but just watching the posture, I would say he does very well. He has spine upright, he doesn't get kyphotic, he can use full range of motion, he's very stable. So why is he in pain? I don't see any pathological stereotype which would be overloading his spine, but he is in pain. He got no trauma. There is degeneration. It means it results from some kind of overloading. So here we didn't really know what to do. And here the technologies helped, because this is 3D motion capture analysis. And I don't know if you will be able to see it because it's a real detail. But when he is moving to the full flexion, watch his thorax, watch here. There will be a little deviation to the side. I will try to do it slowly. If you can't see it, it doesn't matter. Believe me, it's there. Maybe it will be more visible from front. Do you see how his thorax deviates a little bit to the right side? Maybe you will see better from front. Do you see how little oblique it is now? And with flexion. Now, this one. And it's a detail. Maybe it's not even visible here. It's a little deviation, but this person, he performs 250,000 of movements every year within his activities. So we said, okay, he is unable to stabilize his chest correctly. And so with training, we focused on training of his chest stability for hip flexion, because this is a major movement when he is performing rowing. So he must stabilize well, and especially at the end range of hip flexion. We wouldn't recognize clinically. We saw from motion caption analysis. Then he exercised in various positions, also with a load, focusing mainly during hip flexion. And obviously, degenerative changes we're not gonna change, but muscle coordination can be optimized, and we must integrate it in sports training. So we focused on the stabilization. He came with low back pain in 2012, and between 2013 and 17, see the achievement. 3 times world champion, 2 times European champion, and getting Olympic medal, bronze medal in Rio de Janeiro. So this small detail, technology helped to identify, and fixing it prolonged his career and made him much better. So, as Levitt says, the importance of a sound understanding of larger clinical picture cannot be underestimated, and all technological and laboratory assessments are really improvement, but should be complementary and should confirm the findings of a good physical examination, not other way around. At the same time, someone said that teachers will not be replaced by technology, but by teachers who use technology, and I think this is the same for physicians. So we must combine both. Nowadays, it's a problem in Europe, but also in China, for example, it's a big problem. The population is aging, but age does not hurt. So we must view the patients in their worth, and we must improve, and we can, this is something you can help, improve the quality of life, so even old people can be very active. And I think this is your role in physiotherapy. So traditional approach is adding years to life, but please try to do the opposite as well, add life to years, and this is your role. So multidisciplinary teams should not be a cliche. As I said, pain will be a detective story for you to solve. You need to find what we call key link, the primary problem. You need to talk to the patient. You need to do thorough clinical assessment. And also mental issues are important. And now with what we have here in the morning about the whole turmoil in the world, obviously, we will have more and more sensitive patients who can, even their musculoskeletal pain, it may be decompensation of their depression. So we need to work all together. Even the best specialist will not do the best job unless working with other specialties. And try to meet patients' individual capacities. Someone will come to see you because he still wants to work on Olympic levels, and other will come to you because the person cannot wear a grocery and they just need to get rid of pain. Trust your hands and your brains. Practice what you learn at school. Practice is very important. Expect mistakes and don't get frustrated. Try again, and again. And one day you will see, well, I master it. I know how to do it. It takes time. So expect there will be mistakes and maintain an open mind, because what you learn today, you will have to modify later in the light of new research, your own experience, and even modern technologies. Enormous money have been invested in AI, and new technologies in healthcare. So it will definitely, AI and technologies will reshape many areas of rehabilitation, but it will also spend us a time, especially, I hope, bureaucracy, hopefully. Even now I can see how ChatGPT helps a lot. It's my big friend because just, reporting the history, etc., it's very helpful. So it will give us the time and, for example, use this time that you will not only be a therapist, but you will also be a teacher, because patients should always leave your clinic with a homework. So you need to teach the patient and recognize it, what harms him and what to avoid. And I like this one again by Levitt: the patient muscles always do a better job than those of the best clinician. You're not gonna live with your patients. They must learn how to get rid of the pain themselves. So the patient must be an active member of the team, not just merely passive subject of your treatment. This is also, I think, very true. We have seen the case with neck pain and headache, and the lady was treated through orthotics and mobilization of the foot. So please examine the whole body and fix whatever dysfunction you will find. Don't you think that you must always treat the site of pain only? Sometimes it's not enough. Seek inspiration from those who have been here before us. Be inspired by the founders of rehabilitation. Many of them were really Renaissance personalities with broad interest and achievement. I'm pretty sure you know this. It's sometimes called Red Bible. It's a trigaton manual by David Simons and Jeanette Travell. Not only they were extremely great clinicians, but do you know what's interesting about them? Jeanette Travell, in 1955, she started to treat Senator Kennedy, and she became his personal therapist. And so when he became a president, Jeanette Travell in 1960 was the first female doctor of American president. Pretty interesting. And Dr. Simons, in 1957, he was in army. He was a major in army, and he took part in the mission which was called Main High 2. And it was a project to recognize how body reacts to high altitude. And so in a balloon, he went up to 31 kilometers above Earth. So he was the first person who got above atmosphere, and he did some research in physiological conditions. And so he sometimes is called pre-astronaut. And in September 2nd, I believe, 1966, he also was on the title page of a Life magazine, which is quite prestigious. So task is enormous. Now it's your generation to take over and push research forward, clinical work, and also technologies. We have to go step by step. And by the way, did you know that the word robot, that's a Czech origin? There was a Czech writer, Karel Čapek, and he used the word robot in his scientific and futuristic work. So later it became used worldwide, and I'm sure that many people do not know that this is actually a Czech word. And one last quote: skills are as important as knowledge. So you must train yourself. Don't get frustrated if you are not successful. Try again and again, and learn from each other. Therefore, it's important even to take this conference, because you can communicate together and learn from each other. I took example from musculoskeletal medicine because this is my main area, but obviously there are lots of technologies for people with vision or hearing disabilities, special software, lenses, etc. For example, for people with Parkinson's disease. Telemedicine will definitely be important. It will save you lots of time if you can check on patient using just telemedicine, virtual reality, cognitive softwares, and a lot of others. So there is a lot of technology in other diagnoses you will treat. And so I'm just in time because this is my last slide. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to show you a few mentors of mine, Professor Vojta, Levit Janda, and Professor Kolář. And so I would also like to thank them because thanks to them I'm also here. And thank you very much for your attention. It was my pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Professor Kobesova. Now, do we have any questions? Because we're so pleased to have you here. So, asking questions is not a Slovenian national sport. We have a lot of them, but anyway, we have a gentleman here with a question. Just one.
Tadej Strojnik is my name. I'm a neurosurgeon, and I'm impressed with your presentation, especially that you showed some interesting cases which I would consider as surgical. The patient with a ruptured disc herniation and the spondylolisthesis, and obviously is also possible to treat conservatively. And I'm glad that you have pointed to this, and I see in my daily practice that many patients, although I operated many, perhaps 1,000 patients with disc herniation, and nowadays I see that many, even with ruptured disc herniation, can be treated conservatively.
Yes.
And as you have shown that after 1 year, the disc fragment did disappear, and this is a common and natural course of this disease. So perhaps we should be more conservative, and I see many cases when the surgery was not done right, when the surgery was done because it was not necessary, and then we have these chronic pain patients, and we have our outpatient department with those patients, and we have to treat them with opiates and all these things, and this can be avoided. And I'm very glad that you have shown us that it is possible in your, so I would like to congratulate you.
Oh, thank you very much. Obviously, surgeons are extremely important. We can treat everyone, but sometimes, as you said, you do the surgery, the patient doesn't really recover, so there is another surgery. We call it failed back surgery syndrome, and it's not failed surgery, it's failed diagnosis. You did a great job, but the patient should have been treated otherwise. So I totally agree with you. On the other hand, I don't think we can make miracles and we can treat everything with our hands. We need to work together, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you. Do we have another question or suggestion? If not, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we know not only that the Czechs gave us our first opera in Slovenian, they gave us also robots. So thank you for that too. And now, before we go to our afternoon plenary session panel, we will now present a lecture which was pre-recorded by Professor Ferenc Myslivec, the director of the Institute of Advanced Studies in Kőszeg. That's a town in Hungary. Professor Myslivec was here at the conference last year. This year he was unfortunately unable to come, but he sent us this video message, and he will speak about the new United Nations University Institute based in Hungary. And the title of his lecture is Peace, Security and Transformative Technologies, which will lead us then to a very interesting panel which will follow. So, Professor Ferenc Myslivec from Kőszeg.
Hello, good morning. Welcome again in this prestigious meeting and conference. It's about people. I feel very honored to be with you again, and I think it's a very important initiative. So here I was asked to make a presentation about our new project, which is a long-term plan, and we are somewhere in the middle of the road. It is about establishing a new UNU institute in Hungary, Kőszeg, the small and very beautiful historic border city, which is probably known, some of the researchers and students and leaders of Alma Mater, Europe, and your partners. So I would like to start my presentation. This is very quickly our original logo, which we invented about 12 years ago when we established the Institute of Advanced Studies, Kőszeg, which is in Hungary, a unique type of institution where there are some major basic leading ideas which brought people together from very different corners of academic research, from evolutionary biology, physics, and engineering to sociology and cultural anthropology, philosophy, and economics. And that those people who came together all believed that we need to jump out from our boxes or silos or conventional frames of our thinking and research. And that just very, very quickly shows where we are. We believe this is the center of Central Europe. Of course, many other university cities and research center locations can claim the same, but Kőszeg is really an interesting location. We'll come back to this. And here is a kind of a representation of the interconnectivity of our different research topics that was very much the dominating code in the first 10 years of the Institute, that we met fantastic people, and we concluded lately that we have a lot of possibilities to choose our partners, but only very few of them seem to be really understanding and also following this line of thinking. And needless to say, one of them is the Alma Mater Europea in Maribor. So thank you very much for being with us, and thank you very much for your permanent efforts to further our brilliant cooperation. Oh, yes. Here is the map. About the location, very quickly again, you can see that, of course, ironically saying, Kőszeg and the nearby bigger city, Szombathely, Samaria, is the middle of everything. But interestingly, we are in equal distance from Vienna, from Graz, a little bit further is Ljubljana, and Zagreb not much further. So it's a very good intercultural and interlinguistic location. Anyhow, we have a program, we can further, which we call the Craft program, which was formulated again 14 years ago, before the Institute started to function. Craft means creative cities and sustainable region. And why I'm mentioning it, this is also very unique that the Research Institute, an interdisciplinary research institute, is engaging itself in practical developmental issues. That means that we not only research the past, the cultural heritage, intercultural heritage of our smaller and bigger cities, and communities like the Jewish community or the pedagogues and teachers, community, or the artists and architects, but we try to build new developmental strategies, complex strategies upon this cultural heritage management recalibration or new understanding of the potential of this relatively marginalized region. Here, we also have a cultural heritage management and sustainability UNESCO chair since 2011, which offered us many possibilities to reach out further to Paris and London and further in the world, and that led us to start this UNESCO MOST program, Winter School, which we had a couple of weeks ago in Kőszeg, and very gladly welcomed the leaders and rector and vice rector and many researchers of Alma Mater. Yes, here I don't want to spend much time. Here we have the international partners networks, and of course, again, we have very important very important projects, Interreg Europe and Horizon, where we have been cooperating in the last decade with important European universities, but also American ones, especially with, from New York, Columbia University, City University, and we have also good contact with like-minded advanced study centers. Yes, how the idea of UNU university establishment in Kőszeg came is very interesting. That's just very quickly, we originally in the mid-90s were contemplating and dreaming about a new European University Institute, modeled after the Firenze Fiesole European University Institute, where I was a fellow and a frequent visitor during the 90s. The Hungarian government seemed to be agreeing with that, but after several investigations, we found out that the European Union, Brussels, so to speak, or the Commission was not ready. They were not open. They said that this chapter is not open. So that gave us a chance to dig deeper in Kőszeg and in the region of West Pannonia. But then again, a couple of years later, we found these opportunities, thanks to Professor Bogabi and other colleagues and friends from the University of Bonn and UNU Bonn. And during the last 5 years, we have been contemplating, considering, and negotiating, and then concluding that a Kőszeg UNU Institute would fit very well in this global network of UNU institutes, of which 6 or 7 are already functioning quite actively within the ambiente of Western Europe, from Finland to Bologna, Dresden and Bonn to Maastricht and Bruges. And yes, we started to cooperate with some of them, and so good collegial contacts were established, publications and research and conferences. And I think this time has come to invite alma mater to this network. We can go further. This is the UNU headquarters in Japan, and this is the world map of UNU institutes. It's a bit, I would say, ironic that the UN major target for research and for development is the poorer, more underdeveloped part of the world. And you see here only one institute in Africa and one in Latin America, and in Asia there's only one in China, and headquarters in Japan, where they have 2 institutes. So from that point of view, it seems that it's a further development from the UNU perspective to move towards the east, even if Kőszeg is not very far. This was Kőszeg, Hungary, first former socialist country where a UNU institute is going to be established. Thank you. Yes, so there were some questions, and even if I say criticisms from other institutions, even from certain governmental circles, whether it's a good idea. It is a good idea to establish a UNU institute in a very small city without a big university, which would be a host and a framework for this establishment. And well, we have been discussing it quite a bit. And the conclusion was both from our side, researchers, not only I asked, but partner institutions, as well as UNU, that yes, it is a very good idea. And I tell you why, because we're not only developing or formulating hypotheses and developmental strategies for cities and regions, but we are also very much engaged in what we call to invent the future university. But during these 35 years, also the need has been growing to create something new, a new type of institution which can answer more adequately to the big challenges and questions of the 21st century. So we are building a international synergy campus with the support of the government. That's a huge premise where many more centers, institutes, even startup initiatives and cultural centers can be invited and can flourish. Now, after 4 years of negotiations, both the UNU leadership, Director Maribor and the Directorate, his council, and the Hungarian government came to the conclusion last year, in summertime, that this institute has to be established, and in Kőszeg. That was after a very intensive period of scoping committee evaluation. People from all over the world were nominated by the rector. They came to Kőszeg and made interviews with us and summarized their views in a quite substantial scoping committee study. And that was accepted by the Hungarian government and the director of UNU. And after that, we started to negotiate the concrete conditions of the cooperation and of the foundation of a new university institute. Now here, something very important. The world is changing, as you know, very fast. And there is a lot of criticism about the functioning of conventional institutions, including universities, and including international organizations, guardian organizations like the UNESCO and the UNU. And that means that the leaders and the protagonists of those institutes, rectors and general directors, etc., are obliged and pushed to think again, to recalibrate, to think over the basic aims, aspirations, and mechanisms how these institutions will better serve public good in the future. That's not easy, because universities, as we know, especially the 19th century type of Humboldt type of big establishments, big institutions, are in many ways very conservative for good reasons. So you are having a relative advantage of latecomers when you are about establishing a new type of institution. And so we concluded that we need to contribute to these efforts of the UNU, where they have the need for further ideas and further initiatives, especially in terms of in the field of education, that is higher education and postgraduate programs, mainly PhD postdoc programs and master programs. And here I think a huge opportunity, a great potential for Alma Mater and IASC's cooperation to define new PhD sub-programs, taking into account the main efforts, the main goals of UN and UNU. That means dealing with the global problems of poverty, of violence, climate change, pandemics, and trying to find comprehensive and complex answers without neglecting the regional and the local dimensions. Here we go. But as I said, we want to avoid with this effort of UNU Institute building both traps. We don't think that a old type of Humboldt type of university should be established, or an ivory tower, which used to be the advanced study in Princeton, where famous physicists worked and lived for decades. At the same time, we should keep the merits, the academic excellence, the brilliance of these places. But we should get engaged in looking for practical solutions and looking at this emerging new complex problematic the world is facing in a more humble way, not believing that a small place, a small center can solve everything, but looking for partners and establishing new teamwork. And that is, I think, what could really dynamize a region, Central Europe, East Central and Southeast Central Europe, including Western Balkans, and put us in a new position, not only on the European map of academic institutes, but even globally. And here comes in the UN network, which is seen by me as a kind of guarantee for this future global cooperation. And we have to mention here the very reason why these efforts became so actual and urgent and burning is the tantamount and rapidly increasing number of wars, escalation of wars and violence against all the promises of so-called big global leaders. Exactly the opposite is happening. And I was very pleased to understand that Alma Mater, as other universities, other parts of East and Central Europe, like Tbilisi, Georgia, are getting involved and making serious efforts to establish new research centers, peace and conflict study centers. And I'm very honored to get involved in this initiative coming from Maribor and from the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. And I think we have this duty to further public good. It's not a directly and exclusively academic activity, but it has to be based, in our case, as academic institutes, on fact-finding research, fact-based research, evidence-based research, and we need to find new channels of dialogue and cooperation with decision makers and with each other. And so I wish you a very fruitful conference this year, and hope to see you soon again in Kőszeg. We have our 31st Summer University at the end of June, and our major topic is Europe's future, the Eastern enlargement, continuation towards Western Balkans and maybe other East European countries, and Europe's potential role in this increasingly chaotic world disorder, I would say. So I wish you very good discussions and
Okay, that was Professor Myslivec with his greetings from the nice town of Kőszeg, which actually has also a Slovenian name, Kisek, just like in Croatian, and Güns in German program, and also president of the Hybrid Warfare Research Institute and member of the Croatian Parliament's Council for Civilian Oversight of Security and Intelligence Agencies. So also the region south of Slovenia is well covered. And then you will have two members of the panel who will be online with us.
Yes. In fact, one of them did a lot of work in Prague when it was under communism. And they had philosophy classes. And the philosophy classes were regarded as subversive by the communist government. And one day they were bringing in a book by Aristotle, and they thought it was anti-communist propaganda.
Wow.
But anyway, maybe he'll talk about that.
Yeah, so we have Mr. Paul Flather, a retired fellow of Corpus Christi College and Mansfield College, and also University of Oxford, and he's also founding CEO of Central European University Online, and last but not least, Mr. Marcin Walecki, academic, visitor, University of Oxford, senior resident country director of the National Democratic Institute in Ukraine.
Yes, well, he was running a very big operation of helping Ukraine with about 65, 70 people. Unfortunately, all but 5 of them had to be dismissed when Trump reforms came in and that he stopped the American aid to all countries, including Ukraine. But Martin has got a great deal of experience, and before that, he headed the democratization department of the OSCE. And he outdoes me because I've been to advise about 25 governments, always unsuccessfully. But he has advised 55 governments in much less time. And so he probably won't have time to get through all of them.
Paul, sorry, I would just ask you to turn your phone sideways because you are
but it wasn't working.
So
now it's fine. This is fine. Thank you.
Okay, that's
was
fine.
Successful. So
Yes.
please take the stage, and I really kind of invite on.
Well, I think we need one more chair.
Okay, we'll provide that.
Okay.
Hey, ekipa, potrebujemo še en stol.
Panel.
Panel, come up. So, Professor Gordon Akrap and, of course, Mr.
Ambassador
Baker.
Nigel Baker here. Professor Gordon Akrap, the Vice Rector of the Franjo Tushman University for Security and Defense. Okay, he will be here. And then we're going to have somebody called Mr. Yuri Toplak who will come up. And he is, aren't you coming up?
Mr. Toplak, you can't refuse. So, okay, so you'll be up there too. No problem.
Now you might think that Yuri is here because he's the son of Professor Toplak. But as we would say, I think we had this in Oxford where a daughter of a very distinguished lawyer came up and was speaking at the Oxford Union and said, actually, my father is speaking here. Don't think it's because of my influence. And so it was the other way around, that actually you're a very good friend and a very distinguished academic.
So the chair is for you, and we'll provide another microphone. And so let us start the panel. We will also have two panel members online. So I wish you a successful panel.
Thank you very much.
So
now, yes, here's my friend Paul here. Hi, Paul.
Hello.
And hi, Martin. Now, I don't know if... Yes, you see them. Good, good. I've brought along a clock because, although I think I don't need a clock because there's a clock here, because I want to be a sort of disciplinarian on time, that each person I want to speak for no more than 10 minutes at the beginning, because then we can get through the panel and have time for questions or contributions. Is that all right?
Yep.
Now, I'm afraid, having introduced everybody, I have got to introduce this session, which I will do, and I've got to make sure that I don't speak for more than 10 minutes, at which point I will cut myself off. Excuse me for getting my notes together. Right, foreign interference in domestic politics, highly topical, very important, but frequently misunderstood and greatly oversimplified by commentators and policymakers, except, of course, this afternoon. 6 of the most common propositions are: first, outside meddling in national elections and in other parts of political life has been substantially increasing. Second, it's fundamentally malign, undesirable, and therefore needs to be detected and controlled. Third, foreign interference is inherently undesirable. And this is not, I'm not saying this, I'm quoting what is a common view. Because the essence of democracy is that citizens in each country ought to choose and dismiss governments in free and fair elections. 4, the principal interferers are Russia and China, and their main adversary, I think the evidence shows, is the United States. 5, indeed, international meddling and counter-meddling primarily is a game played by the superpowers. I mean, that is a common assumption. And 6, the explosive growth of the internet and social media has had a revolutionary effect on political communication. It's made international influence campaigns cheaper and harder for domestic governments to control. This assumes, of course, that incumbent governments necessarily wish high-mindedly to obey and safeguard existing electoral rules. Now, what are we to make of these statements? I'll set out very briefly some comments. 1, non-interference by foreigners in the domestic affairs of other countries is an established principle of international law as set out in the United Nations Charter of December 1945. But note that the Charter of the UN only talks about non-interference by violent attack on a country. Other milder forms of foreign influence aren't covered by that article. Recent developments in international law not only excuse interference, but in exceptional circumstances actually encourage nations to interfere. They should do this to safeguard inhabitants of other countries threatened by genocide and other forms of grave humanitarian disaster. This is the UN 2005-2021 doctrine known as R2P, Responsibility to Protect. However, note that international law doesn't mandate that you have to interfere, but it's a more subtle form of international law, and a lot of international law is fairly unclear anyway. So you might say that non-interference isn't an absolute rule of international affairs. Indeed, it may well be that certain countries allow foreign interference. For example, I mean, in the British case, Irish citizens and Commonwealth citizens can vote in British elections. So it's not only British citizens who are allowed to vote, but that is fairly exceptional in international terms. If one looks at rules on the funding of political parties, and that's something that Yuri and I do a lot of work on, and include a couple of participants behind looking large, that about a third of countries allow foreign funding of political parties. And so it isn't absolutely clear that foreign interference is illegal. It depends on the country. Moreover, the motives of foreign governments for aiding internal political forces abroad are not always hostile. They're not always secret or forced upon local political organizations and activists. such groups frequently are begging for financial and other forms of help from abroad. Paul Flather's presentation this afternoon, I think, will give an example of something that could be thought of as foreign interference, but also is motivated by very genuine aims of helping the society, in this case the Czech Republic, or Czechoslovakia as it then was, in difficult circumstances. As an aside, on the matter of non-malign intent, here I come to one of the only things that I can point to as having done, and which happened as a result of my work. As the Cold War was coming to an end in 1989 to 90, I was asked by the policy planning staff of the UK Foreign Office to work full-time for a year on devising a British democratization policy based on a variation of US, West German, and Canadian schemes. I had to give a seminar a bit like this, but a bit smaller, talking about how foreign interference was done. And I said, surely the people in the Foreign Office know what goes on. And they said, you'd be surprised, but not until you give your seminar. Anyway, it turned out that I made recommendations that were very shortly implemented, that we should be allowed to use British government money to supply funding to emerging political parties in foreign countries. And this was especially to Central and Eastern Europe, which was then still under one-party communist regimes in most of the place. And also the other place was Africa. But there ought to be three conditions. One was that the money supplied by British Foreign Office funds must always be public. I had one event in Ukraine where there were complaints that Britain had given money to a foreign political party that this person didn't belong to. And I looked up and said, yes, we give so much money to that party. And they said, can I look at that? And I said, yes, it's public information, and we give money to your party as well. And so the controversy about whether the money was given was much less if the money was always public. The second was that we should supply money at arm's length. In other words, that the British government would never decide to give money to a particular political party, that they would give money to a British party, and each British party could decide which of the foreign candidates they preferred to win. And so Britain itself wasn't backing the election of one particular candidate. They were backing a multi-party system, which was a democratic form of government. Anyway, that was the theory. And these recommendations formed the basis of a thing called the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Now, I will return to this defense of transparent cross-border political aid in my concluding section. And I have an idea that Martin Walewski, Dr. Walewski, will want to say something about that. Third, and I better get on faster now, foreign political interference comes in a myriad of forms. It's not only that a foreign government would want to give money to a British political party or to candidates. It can be given by foreign investment of newspapers and other media It could be the funding of non-governmental organizations, even though those non-governmental organizations may have vague party affiliations or even strong affiliations, assistance to labor unions, the funding of partisan research projects, the funding of religious organizations, places of worship, because in some countries the politics, the religion is highly politicized. Now, the possibility of many alternative channels of help makes it much harder for governments wishing to regulate foreign political funding and activity to be effective. When one form of foreign assistance is legally blocked, new, unregulated channels of aid may fairly easily be devised. Now, fourth, again with the question, is foreign political interference primarily a superpower activity, or do smaller governments engage in the funding of foreign politics in a way? I hope that Gordon Akrap can bring his detailed studies, an expert on hybrid warfare in the Balkans, and so must know about a number of countries in this area, or indeed in many parts of the world, whether he can say whether it's a superpower game or whether smaller countries will also be. You can say that, yes, you can come in now if you want.
Well, thank you, Michael. It's not a question of how big you are, how much money you have, or how many populations you have. It's about your grand strategy, about your national security strategy and instruments that this government, this country has at their disposal. And if there is ability to use those instruments against some other country, nevertheless, is it bigger, larger, much powerful? Smaller country can do that. And it can be done very, very efficiently. So it's not just a big game, big power game. It's just who has the ability to do it, most probably can do it and will do it.
Is that your impression, Nigel, as well?
Yes, I mean, I think that, sometimes, of course, the superpowers will use another country as a proxy. They may well decide to work through another country in order to keep their fingerprints off their interference in whatever electoral process or democracy that they're looking to undermine. But there are, I think, a range of countries beyond the superpowers that have the capability, particularly now those who are technologically advanced and are able to use modern technology really effectively, and have the will. May well be wanting to impact neighbors or other countries within the region in which they're operating, and have very different different political systems from their own. So, although I would broadly agree that it is, in large part, a superpower game, I think there are plenty of other countries that are able and willing, potentially, to engage in interference in other people's electoral processes.
Among the world's leading... okay, sorry.
I just wanted to give one example. If you might remember 1999, when NATO attacked Serbia because Serbia attacked Kosovo, Yugoslavia, yes. Serbia. And armed forces of NATO were very successful in forcing Serbian army, Yugoslavian, to move from Kosovo to Serbia. But in one phase of the war, they make two huge mistakes. And they did not want to admit it. And they communicated with their own publicity wrongly. Serbian propaganda used it. And they changed. They were managed to influence public opinion in Germany, Italy, Greece, and a few other countries in order to push the NATO out of the game, but NATO was, due to the influence from the British influence, they changed the office for the public relations, then they start the public activities, then they realize what does it mean Stratcom. So Serbia almost win information war at that time. So yes, it can be done.
Thank you very much. Among the superpowers, are Russia and China really the main culprits, if we call them culprits? There is a study by somebody called Dov Levin, who's examined, I think, 800 elections. And he has found that about 10% of the elections did involve either Russian or American interference. But his research shows that America has interfered in foreign elections more than Russia. Now, I just say that because that was his research. It won a prize of the American Political Science Association a year or two ago. What I'm going to do is, since I must cut myself off for time in a moment, is just to mention the form about social media. Has foreign interference been mainly through social media? And does that change the whole landscape of this? There's one view that social media is actually a revolutionary change, especially among younger people. Another view is that actually whatever form of media exists at the time being, if it's radio in the 1930s with Nazi propaganda, if it's newspapers earlier than that, that there will have been other media that have been very important. And so does the internet bring a revolution, or does it just bring a change in the style of interference? And that is a question, it's a very big question, and I'll leave it to commentators. I see that I don't know if you want to come in there now or whether you wait until later.
I'll wait until later.
Okay, so that is all I'd like to say. Now, I'd like to go on now. Gordon, would you like to come in?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ludwig and colleagues, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to start with one of the most famous sentences in the history of TV shows from the Monty Python Flying Circus. Now something completely different, comparing the two panels before the lunch, because I'm a war veteran, because I fought in our Croatian homeland war from day zero up to the last one. So I was fighting for the peace, and I have a little bit different experiences that esteemed guests and colleagues on the first two panels had. Yes, it's all about people, still. Still the humans, due to their education, their knowledge about the understanding of the things, are most important, the most strongest, can be most strongest, but also at the same time the weakest link in any chain of any process. But now we are faced with AI, the fact how we are using it, what AI is doing. I think that we are quite close to the situation that AI is going to be the source of many risks and threats that we are going to be faced with, especially in the domain of the disinformation, fighting against them. Because if AI starts to produce disinformation by themselves, and we are not so far away from this position, then we are going to have a problem. Are we going to use AI against AI? And what if our AI join the opponent AI, and how we are going to treat this AI? Is it going to be foreign, or is it going to be internal? It's quite a lot of also ethical questions. Well, also, I think we mentioned a few times today, as an engineer, as in my previous profession that I was doing during the war, there is no such a thing like mission impossible. We can do everything what I want, we just need time, we need resources, and we need human brain, we need imagination. Because also, as you can see it, all those movies, Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise always solved those missions, so they are not so impossible to be done. They are tough, but it can be done. What is important, for example, what we are trying to do, our students and our future officers, and this is something also what it has to be done in all universities, is something that AI still don't do. It means read between the lines. We don't just need to read a book, we need to understand them. We need to understand and be able to interpret them, improve critical thinking. And to try to find a way how to identify cause and fight the cause better than the consequences. Because if we are going to deal with consequences all time, we are going to miss the cause, and then we are going to chase our tail like a cat, and we are not going to be a winner. But we have to be winners because we want to be winners. When we are talking about the hybridity of the threats, in 1999, the two Chinese strategists wrote a book, Unrestricted Warfare. It's recommended reading. And they wrote one sentence within that book, everything that humankind is using for its benefits can be turned against it. That means everything really can be a weapon. And that's the point of the hybrid warfare. Primarily non-kinetic and then kinetic. Because our experiences is from our homeland war is that hybridity of the war is very complex activity. It's a huge mixture of non-kinetic activities and kinetic possibility to be used. So when we are talking about the modern threats, non-kinetic, it can be, and we saw it in the Western Balkan area that is southern from Croatia. We saw it by the Russian and Serbian and some other circles, how they use financial resources, energy resources, political, social, NGOs, media, investment in tourism. I will give you a few examples. It's a really, I don't want to say tragic, but it's really interesting how many countries and governments managed and run by wishful thinking that to attract foreign investors were not able to understand and really what is going on behind it. And what is very important, and it was very tough to understand, especially in the institutions like NATO, EU, that someone can misuse the religion as a power of hybridity of influence. We saw it, for example, quite often now, because when we spoke about it within the NATO framework about the influence of the Orthodox Church, malicious influence, everybody said, you Croats. And now when it happened, when it's publicly seen how Russian Orthodox Church, what are they doing, how they are doing, how they became, I don't want to say the most important vector of attack against the Ukrainians, and how the same things they are doing in the Western Balkan, it's quite difficult not to acknowledge the fact that Russians and Serbs are using Orthodox Church as one of the primary vectors of attack against the others. Quite often you can see the calls from the Russian propagandists and Serbian also. They are inviting the other Slavic and Orthodox nations to Slavic and Orthodox brotherhood and unity. But if you consider and if you analyze how many Slavic nations are within the EU and NATO, how many of them want to join EU and NATO, and how many of them is outside, then it's going to be very important data, information. Only Russians and Belarus and Serbians are outside of the NATO, from Slavic and Orthodox people. And only Russians and Belarus does not want to join EU. All others are or within the EU or within the NATO. So it's a wrong premise, but it falls on a very, very fertile soil. When we are talking about the understanding that we said many times this morning, it's the first thing we have to learn to read the lines, read the text, read between the lines, to see who is relevant, who is trustworthiness. Because we are in a time where we are full with information laundry processes. The information is sent to another information environment and then transferred into your one as a relevant and trustworthy sources that try to shape your political and social processes. And also supporting populist narrative. This is a very, very, very strange and very tough job for those who are fighting disinformation. For example, in Croatia, Agency for Electronic Media conducted a project fighting together against disinformation for last year and a half, and we were part of the disinformation activities as official fact checker for the fields of security and defense on national and international level, and we discovered, I think, more than 150 disinformation sent by Russians from Russia, by Serbs from Serbia, and from similar information environment that were used as an information laundry machine. Transferred to Croatia to hide and to cover that they are not coming from those activities. So let's say a few examples in investment in economy. It's going to be very very easy to understand and to see, because we did it within the NATO framework, how Russians are hiding between the people from some national countries, and they use as a cover to invest and buy touristic premises. But most significantly, they locate their activities. China do that also, in the United States, for example. Near the main traffic routes where they are dual use, civil and military, where the military compounds and possible for electronic SIGINT activities, spying activities. We saw it in Croatia several times, we saw it in several other countries, and then with the NATO framework, we tried to analyze all of them, and we managed that, I think, at least 50% of those places were cover places for illegal spy network. So this is something what we are doing, what we are trying to do. And for example, when we are speaking about the Western Balkan disinformation and hybrid threats activities, Montenegro, that is our ally within the NATO, is very, very significant and very important example to see how Russian and Serbian disinformation activities, different influence activities are spreading and trying to change the society and influence the political processes. And this is a case that we have to analyze and we have to take care of it, just like in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this malicious influence by the Russian energy resources and the Russian energy policies, how to the backdoor, try to influence to the European energy market. So yes, we have a problem, we know for it, we understand it, and the best thing is we can solve it, and we will solve it. I think for the beginning it can be.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'd like to ask either of you here, what is hybrid warfare? First, what does the phrase mean? Because you're an expert in hybrid warfare, Gordon.
Well, it means using primarily all other means and tools of influence operations to influence other people's minds and decision-making process in order to push you to decide what the information attacker wants to be done, but that you are not aware of this fact. So trying to shape your information environment, trying to influence your decision-making process, and trying to force you that you decide what you really doesn't want to do if there is a normal information environment. This is about the hybridity. Warfare means, and war especially, that kinetic tool, armed aggression, is the last point of possibility that might be used. For example, what Russians are trying to do in trying to shape the European opinion is when Medvedev and everybody else, those Russian radicals, said concerning the consequences of their aggression to Ukraine, yes, but we have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's the way how to influence.
I think that what I'd like to do, I'm aware that I see Paul and Martin, who are waiting in the wings, but I think I'd like to ask Nigel, because he must have a view of things seen both in Slovenia but also in other places. Is it right that we should be worried more about Russia or about other places? And what are your general thoughts on this subject?
Yeah, thanks very much, Michael. I do think we need to be aware of and concerned in particular about the Russian threat to our democracies, in part because Russia's aim is, it's a long-term aim, and the aim is fundamentally to undermine democratic resilience across all those countries that it regards as a threat or an enemy, which means most of Central and Western Europe. It's not concerned really about who you vote for. It's not interested in flipping an election. In other words, it doesn't mind whether you vote for Robert Golob or Janusz Janša. Other alternatives are available. What it wants to do is to undermine your belief in democracy, to make you cynical about democracy, to reduce voting turnout. In that sense, and particularly amongst young people, in that sense to reduce democratic resilience. In the past, and this has been going on for a long time, I mean, when we first became really genuinely conscious of the sort of direct involvement in election processes by Russia, we were identifying very specific sort of targeted attacks, sort of meddling in hacking, for example. So, for example, in France in 2017, or a certain amount of work around Brexit in 2016 in the UK, the Brexit vote. But what we see now is rather continuous, locally tailored information campaigns, often using, as I mentioned earlier, domestic proxies. They'll use AI and the technology, and as a sort of continuous and constant campaign. I mean, I touched on Brexit. I'll give you one example of the scale that even very preliminary studies have sort of identified. During the last 48 hours before the Brexit vote in 2016, one study by Swansea and Berkeley universities found over 156,000 Russian-linked accounts tweeting about 45,000 Brexit messages in the lead up to the vote. And European Parliament has also done some study in this and identified tens of thousands of posts from sort of Russian linked accounts. In other words, seeing this, we have to accept this as a sort of new normal in our election processes right across Western Europe. Germany saw something very similar in recent elections. And of course, with AI and the technology, that has magnified almost exponentially the ability of Russia, in this particular case, to interfere across social media and coordinate falsehoods, coordinate campaigns, particularly against news organizations. In other words, it's less about trying to convince you, convince us, but it's looking to exhaust us, those of us who believe in democracies. So cynicism, confusion, undermine that resilience. The other area where it's really focused is on what I would call sort of emerging democracies, or democracies that are trying to sort of build up their resilience, where formal rules exist, but resilience is quite thin. We've had two very clear examples recently in Moldova elections, where EU and national authorities had to counter absolutely massive interference. Vote buying schemes led directed very clearly by oligarch sort of networks in Moscow, and other actions which had to be countered. And also Romania, foreign manipulation, particularly around TikTok algorithms, and illicit funding, which actually forced the cancellation of the first round of presidential elections in Romania in 2024. In other words, interference directly catalyzing, as it were, a democratic and constitutional crisis in a NATO member. What are they trying to do? As I've said, they are looking to undermine faith in institutions, in law, in impartiality in our countries. They are looking to both polarize political debates, but also to paralyze response through the sort of extent and level of their work. So they particularly cultivate, as I said, they don't care particularly who you vote for, but they are cultivating far left and far right parties in many countries, particularly in countries where you have coalition governments, and if these parties can get over a parliamentary threshold, they can continue to cause confusion beyond the electoral process in parliaments. They are looking very specifically to undermine support for Ukraine, of course. Our sort of open reporting, our investigation of this suggests that there are hundreds of millions of dollars or euros or rubles spent on foreign political influence over a period of 10, 15 years. And the third thing they're really aiming at is to mainstream messages that they are trying to put out, particularly around national sovereignty, around traditional values, looking for domestic actors to frame those, using domestic actors as proxies, creating, as it were, an internal force beyond their own broader work. Europe is really vulnerable to this stuff. First of all, because countries are operating in a very uneven way. They're very different and uneven national responses to these. Some think they're not going to be a target for this sort of work. But as we all become vulnerable, as our societies become more cyber-developed, more digitalized, to these sort of types, certainly the attacks on the technological side. There's also a real problem with our rules and regulations around democracies and elections. For example, campaign finances, enforcement and transparency. Those rules are way behind the sort of ability of foreign-linked funding networks to influence and to cover their tracks, as it were. And thirdly, in a way, it's quite clever to use our own rules against us. So, for example, our institutions, legal institutions trying to respond to these are often trying to act against specific threat actors, but are then can be easily accused of taking sides one way or another, of being partial or being impartial, and therefore undermining the response. And as I said, all this wrapped around with this exponential increase in technology. And the implications are real, including for a country like Slovenia. I've heard quite a lot of Slovenian politicians, including and commentators, including during this election campaign, saying, we're not really a target. Why would Russia target us? There's a much more important election going on, they say, in Hungary next door, for example. Well, of course, Russia is focusing on Hungary, but a lot of this stuff is going on all the time. As I said, it's a long-term operation, saturating markets, countries with particular narratives. And I don't think neutrality or small size protects countries from this sort of networked interference at all. The good thing, however, and I'll sort of close really with this, is that there are things we can do about it. We are not sort of defenseless in the face of these sort of attacks. The first is treating this properly as a governance problem, a problem of managing our societies, not just as a security problem. We've seen this, and we see a lot of really good work, particularly in the Nordic, Baltic countries. So Estonia, for example, has invested long-term in digital literacy, transparent e-governance, and cyber defense. You'd think it'd be very vulnerable because it's an ultra-digitalized society. But they've built that resilience into their education system. So a model that sort of hardens civic education and probably is a good example of best practice across European Union. The second thing to do is in the sort of shorter-term reaction is to be agile, but also expose not just the narratives, because you're constantly, as we say, whack-a-mole, you're constantly responding to individual attacks, but you'll rather expose the networks behind those narratives. Attribution is often very difficult to do, so we need to improve our abilities to attribute attacks. But there's a good example in France, Viginum, which is a dedicated state service dedicated to foreign digital interference detection, and is able to respond quite fast. So you can do this sort of stuff. Thirdly, we can protect our democratic legitimacy. Sometimes outcomes can be inconvenient, but we've got to be really robust. We really can't be naive about this sort of stuff. Oh, it's not going to happen here. We think we've got decent defenses. So, for example, in the UK, we are actively using our intelligence agencies to help in election monitoring and reform around political advertising. Our intelligence agencies are looking to support the resilience and robustness of our political parties. They're not getting involved, but they are helping to protect them. In fact, I mean, some people have said these are rather belated measures, but we've certainly seen election time resilience improve over recent elections. And also in the Foreign Office itself, we've created a hybrid threat department within the Foreign Office to focus on a lot of this, not just election interference, but those broader range of hybrid threats that Gordon set out. And the fourth thing we can do is really try and strengthen our democratic culture, not just the management of elections. I've mentioned already Estonia, the case of Estonia. Sweden actually has a psychological defense agency integrating government, media, civil society, working on the role of citizens as active participants. So in a way, and I'll finish with this, I think the thing we've got to watch for is the greatest success of foreign interference is not about those changing percentages on an election night so much. It's persuading citizens in democratic countries that the democratic choice is in some way meaningless and less, and the democracy is less good than other forms of government to deliver. In a way, I think flipping that round in a positive sense, I see that as a rather backhanded compliment to the strength and value of democracies. They wouldn't put such massive resources into trying to undermine our democracies if they thought democracy, liberal democracy, was a failing form of government. Quite the opposite, and they recognize that our democracies are worth trying to undermine. So, and the answer is really a hardening our systems and renewing our civil culture to strengthen the legitimacy of our civil defenses.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm sort of aware that I've been the hypocrite about keeping to time, having probably not kept to my time, and therefore I can't really be the legitimate policeman of this. But we've got another half hour, according to my clock here. We have 3 more speakers. Do you think that at the very least that we could keep to 10 minutes each? Is that all right? I don't mind. Which of you would like to go first, Martin or Paul? Put up your hand if you... Paul, would you go now?
Okay, all right, yes.
Is Paul Flather?
Can you hear me all right? Yes. Well, thanks to all the organisers and thanks to you, Michael. What I'm going to do is tell you, is take you on a different journey. I'm giving you a kind of personal talk about my experiences in Czechoslovakia in the 1980s. And really, I was invited to give some lectures and with various other philosophers over the period of several years. And we would find ourselves under surveillance, arrested, sometimes expelled, and sometimes banned. So, in other words, we were, in the terms of this seminar, external agents and put on an index of undesirables by the Czech government, for which you can read is a kind of proxy of the Soviet Union. Now, on any other interpretation, and with hindsight, one would say that our intervention, in quotes, was kind of positive. Positive in terms of international law, positive in terms of liberal interventionism, positive on sort of cosmopolitanism grounds. And indeed, in hindsight, I mean, given that many of the dissident figures of the time that we worked with became leaders of the new free Czechoslovakia, and great personal friends, and gave us prizes and awards. I got a letter from President Havel. We got a medal from the Czech government, and we're invited to give talks and films. It would seem that actually, although we were, in a sense, interfering externally, we were justifiable. Well, we can come back to that. Let me just tell the personal story very quickly, and then we can look at some of the legacies that one might, or lessons that one might draw. The story really begins in 1979, when a letter was sent to 4 leading Western universities by a Czech philosopher who'd been banned from teaching in this university. He was called Julius Tomin, and he wrote to the Free University in Berlin, the Sorbonne in Paris, Harvard, and Oxford. And what he did was to invite us to send academics who could give so-called home seminars to faculty and students, because they were not being able to study these philosophical topics in universities formally. And remember, this is at the time, well, in the spirit of Charter 77, which had been set up a couple of years earlier by Havel and Patočka and Kahoot and Vasilek and others, to defend the rights of freedom of expression, participation, travel, the right for children's education, regardless of political background, and indeed the right to work. Well, as it happened, only Oxford took that letter seriously, and the philosophy department agreed to send a number of its leading philosophers to take up this offer. And the first 3, Sir Anthony Kenny, Bill Newton-Smith, and Cathy Wilkes, arrived to give seminars, but all of these seminars were interrupted. They were all arrested, and they were all expelled at different stages. I think Cathy Wilkes didn't actually manage to give any seminar. So it became a global story, and I was a young journalist. These 3 philosophers happened to be former tutors of mine, and I was working on newspapers with the BBC and with the Times Group, so I was able to join the writing up of these stories, and that's how I got involved. Following the expulsions, the group decided to set up a foundation called the Jan Hus Educational Foundation to continue to send academics to give these underground seminars, despite the provocations and difficulties. And I think that was a crucial point. I joined in a year later as treasurer, and I ended up going on several trips to Prague. We smuggled in books. We took money because many of the academics we met and worked with had been denied jobs, but you weren't actually allowed to be kind of technically unemployed. So the little bits of money were absolutely vital. We obviously had messages, and we gave seminars in flats and basements. And there are lots of stories to tell. I mean, you know, you would meet your contact. Once I met my contact on the 4th statue on Charles Bridge. Another time I had to look out for a young lady wearing a red dress in a bookstore, and so on. So there was a lot of furtiveness because we were being followed and surveyed, and sometimes, as I say, expelled. But you never knew whether a trip would go well or uninterrupted, as it often did, or whether you would actually end up in being carted off. I went once to try to meet Havel because he'd asked to see me. He'd heard that I was Indian origin, and he wanted to know about Gandhi. But when I arrived at his country house, he'd actually been arrested a few hours earlier. But the message was that he wanted me to give some lectures on Havel, on Gandhi, and they would be relayed to him. And I ended up going to Brno to give those lectures. And actually following that, and just to give you an idea, this particular lecture that I remember well started at 4 p.m. with 25 people crowded in a relatively small sitting room. And we finished after 1 a.m. We had 2 major meal breaks. Obviously there was translation, so it was a slower process, but the appetite for every point you made, the level of questions, the details. It was thrilling. I mean, there's no other word for it. But on the way back after that, leaving Brno for Vienna, I was taken off the train and kept in overnight and interrogated, and then told I had to leave the country. I didn't know how, but a single carriage train came up and I was dropped at the border, and I had to walk across the border, and eventually I got to Vienna. So we were, in a sense, undesirable. We were banned, and I couldn't go back until 1990 after the Velvet Revolution. So there were many more important philosophers than myself, obviously. Charles Taylor, Alan Montefiore, Tom Nagel, Jacques Derrida, the French philosopher, Roger Scruton, very well known, and many of them were also arrested and expelled. So in terms of the seminar, what do we make of this story? I think the first one is that we obviously gave material and spiritual or ethical support to dissidents, and they hugely appreciated the personal risk on our behalf. But I really don't want to overclaim anything for us, and particularly not for me. The real risk was taken by them to host us and to make the contacts. But there was a very material benefit to dissidents. Secondly, and more importantly, I think we reaffirm the principles of Charter 77, because if we were risking our time and commitment to support the values of freedom of thought, academic freedom, then obviously they knew from what had been outlined in the Helsinki Accords and the UN Covenant on Political and Social Rights in 1966, and even in the Czech constitution itself from 1960 that expressed the right to have assembly and ideas. They knew that these were very, very important. Thirdly, and very interestingly, there's been an enormous benefit to the legacy of philosophy teaching in the Czech and Slovak nations. And they teach a very exciting combination of continental philosophy, Heidegger, Potočka phenomenology, with analytical, logical language philosophy, which is very Oxford. They do a lot of it in English, and it involves critical thinking, problem-orientated work, and so that's quite exciting. I suppose I can talk about a legacy on myself. I mean, I discovered what really mattered, and Ajla was talking about the importance that we believe in the value of democracy itself, and nothing could have strengthened that in myself than to see what was being fought for and what risks were being taken. And I think also our actions are now being remembered. I mean, this seminar is an example, but we're talking about there's films being made, there are talks being given. So it's a kind of exemplar of what civic action can do and how important it is for everyone to stand up and take part, however small. So I think I want to say that we cannot but be classified as external agents, and yet in terms of international political interference, I would say that our actions were totally justified. I mean, in the first sense, we were invited. We were able to give economic pressure and diplomatic pressure, and we were able to fight for change.
Paul, I think
that's very good.
No, I think you've expressed that very well, and I'm not going to disagree with you like a Russian interrogation agent now. So let's thank you very much, Paul, and let's go on to you, Martin. And again, if about 10 minutes can do it, I feel bad about this, but go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's lovely to see you all. Yuri, old friends, thank you so much for initiating the invitation. Colleagues, I will be brief because on this very topic, one learns that every sentence may be used against you or returned as a quote, which you don't want to be a source of. So I will also be referring to my own experience, and based on what was already said, Nigel, I totally agree with you. I will start with your first observation that there are a number of countries which can be proxies, and also some other regional superpowers are involved. And from my own experience, I have edited a volume many years ago on elections in Western Balkans, where when one of the contributors is documenting how Serbia was financing elections in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I was working in Nicaragua. I could see how money which was provided by Chavez have influenced 2006 elections, where Ortega was using funding to exactly do the kind of the vote buying which Nigel described in Moldova. The same happened in Argentina in 2007 with Cristina Kirchner, where some of the couriers were stopped with suitcases of money, and money from Chavez were influencing those elections. I was working in Iraq after the invasion. I could see Iranian money going to some militia groups and some newly established political party, Shia political parties. I was in Lebanon. I could definitely see how Hezbollah was benefiting from funding and a political infrastructure provided by Iran. So it's not just China and Russia. For the sake of time, I have published quite a lot about how Russia is operating. Indeed, Nigel already mentioned it. They usually use other actors, so-called oligarchs. We can definitely see how the political regime is operating in Georgia, was operating in Moldova. And I will go even further, saying, obviously, we all know how the political regime is operating in Hungary and who is behind it and who is partially financing it. So, we need to recognize that it's not just states, many non-state actors. There's excellent book edited by Kevin Casasola-Zamora talking about organized crime groups, how they are financing politics in Latin America. We've seen a number of problems related to new major global multinational companies and how they're also penetrating politics. Very briefly on Russia and China. Indeed, Nigel is right. Since 2015, we have a new national security strategy adopted by Putin in 2015, based on the experience of what they've seen and what they call as color revolutions. They started to apply the same techniques in terms of direct interference into elections, into political processes. And I totally agree with your statement. The idea is not to create friendly political movements. It's just to undermine democratic processes, undermine trust in elections, create a toxic polarization. China is, interestingly, since 2010 has applied dual strategy. They have invested heavily in building party-to-party diplomacy. They have organized about 12 major events globally where they're bringing hundreds of politicians, political parties to establish close links. They have 2 special departments within the central office of the Chinese Communist Party, dealing with building those relations with so-called sister parties. So it is a kind of like a party diplomacy. But they also cultivate very strong links with individual politicians, usually from the patronage networks, bribes, different business trades. And we have many cases which have been investigated in Australia and New Zealand, which resulted in a special legislation being adopted in Australia and New Zealand. We are seeing growing penetration of political elite in Europe in the same way as China was trying to do it in Australia and New Zealand. And we have to be very careful because, this dual strategy applies. What I'm also seeing, interestingly, although it's a very different discussion, very different dimension, is a growing influence of transatlantic relations of conservative political movements associated with MAGA. We've seen 2 major CPAC conferences in Europe recently. They're happening in certain countries very closely to elections. We've seen one in Poland just a week before the presidential elections in Poland. And we are going to see another CPAC major meeting in Hungary just before the Hungarian elections. And also, if you look at the recent US national security strategy, which directly talks about supporting and influencing, helping to the patriotic European parties, and calls for cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory, one could ask, are we actually going to see more of an American influence, which we've seen during the Cold War, especially in Italy? So this is something which we should be all aware of. But my final points, it was already mentioned. The major problem with controlling political finance right now is that we are dealing with mismatch of 3 eras. We're seeing global politics reminds me early decades of 20th century with growing imperialistic approaches, with regional zones of influence. We are seeing late 20th century regulations and regulators which were defending liberal democratic values and protecting what Peter Mayer called, cartel parties. So the mechanisms for funding politics, public funding, restrictions on donations, were very much in line of protecting those democratic institutions of 20th century. But those two things do not fit into a modern 21st century tools of financial operations. If I look at politicians who are suddenly coming up and disclosing assets going into millions, and most of their assets are bitcoins and cryptocurrencies, when I am seeing and analyzing as an expert how quickly financial transactions are done. With this phone, I can move money through 6 jurisdictions within 2 hours, and you cannot control it. So, the biggest challenge we have now is how to make sure that we are realistically, choosing those forms of funding which are threatening our democracies, because we do not have regulations or regulators who can cope with new technologies, and especially when it comes to fintechs and financial operations. And just to finish on the idea of this conference, in the end of the day, it's all about people, it's all about citizens. What we need is to understand that if citizens do not defend their democracy, no institution will be strong enough to defend it for them. This is why, as this old saying goes, who pays the piper calls the tune. We need to invest in citizens' observation, in think tanks, in citizens' knowledge, in academia, to understand who is behind our political institutions, who is financing them. We need to make sure that we have a strong internal controls within political parties so they can control the wealth of the dubious politicians. We definitely need to provide independent media with resources to investigate all those corrupt cases. And it was already mentioned before, for those of you who really want to understand the seriousness of this threat, I strongly suggest you read UK 2020 House of Commons report of Intelligence Committee on Russia. It gives you an idea of how Russia could penetrate any democracy in Europe. And my warning would be, let's not forget about China, and let's just make sure that our American friends also understand the limits of interfering into European politics. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much, Martin. I'm conscious about time passing. We certainly will have the time for you, Yuri, coming in. What I don't know, and I don't know who our ultimate boss or guide is, do I stop this on the dot of 5:30, or do we have a few minutes for questions afterwards? We stop at 5:30 directly, or sorry. We can go on just a bit long. Okay, look, I'm in your hands, Yuri. What we'll do is that after you've spoken, we will go just a little time to be able to include discussion on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, Martin. There's so many students here. I would like just to explain in as simple language as possible where I see the threat of foreign interference and foreign influence in elections. First, I would like to ask students where do you get more information from? Newspapers and TV or Instagram and TikTok? Where do you get more information about life, important issues, politics? How many of you get more information from newspapers and television? Can you raise your hand? 4? 3? Okay. How many of you get more information from Instagram and TikTok? Okay. 20, and the others get information from nowhere? Or? Try again. How many newspapers and TV? 4. How many Instagram and TikTok? 30, 40, 50. Okay, thank you. So, the information that comes to you comes through 2 foreign corporations. These 2 foreign corporations have control over information that comes to Slovenian voters. It's not just Slovenia, it's most of the countries like this. So there is, these 2 corporations use some kind of algorithm, what you will see when you wake up and you turn it on immediately and before you go to sleep and everything in between. So 2 corporations have control over the information that comes to voters. And so there is clearly an influence on your opinion. Now, whether there's interference is at the next level of influence. But let's just see whether it's only influence or it's also interference. First of all, we are at mercy of these 2 corporations, right? Maybe in 10 years, in 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, they will change the algorithm, so you will only see posts in favor of one side, maybe just right-wing politics, maybe just left-wing politics. We are at total mercy of 2 foreign corporations. So I think this is what we should talk about when we talk about foreign influence, because we have no way out. And now, where I see the interference, there are political parties that their agenda is something that these 2 corporations do not allow. There are legitimate political parties, a party that was in parliament for several mandates in Slovenia. This political party in their headquarters has a statue of Tito, but they also have something which is what's considered far-right views, hate by many, by these 2 corporations. So these 2 corporations close accounts of those sharing opinion, sharing the ideology of this party. Isn't this the worst example of foreign election interference? This party is blocked from sharing its views because of 2 foreign corporations. This is where I see a threat, especially because these 2 foreign corporations maybe will change their views. Maybe in 2 years they will disallow something that we Slovenians want. We don't know what they will disallow in 2 or 4 years, and I don't see a way out, because young people will not go back to local newspapers. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now, the floor is open to anybody, and you've been asked to put your hands up once, so those of you who want to speak.
Yeah, we have a young student here.
I'm not a young student, but thank you in any case. There is a subject that you, Michael, briefly mentioned at the beginning, the responsibility to protect. It's not strictly linked to what you were talking about, of course, interference, influence, especially in domestic jurisdiction, as you know, and election processes. By the way, parenthesis, the United Nations that I worked with for over 30 years and the European Union, they were excellent in monitoring elections. So I wonder what happened about their capacity to be mobilized in times of elections and what kind of means they do have nowadays in situations like the ones that we have, very complicated by the emergence of new tools and new instruments. Now, going back to the responsibility to protect, that emerged, as you know, in 2005, that was a way for the international community to intervene as a last resort in cases of gross violations of human rights. Then it was tested in Libya, and it was a total disaster because the agenda changed. It became an agenda for changing the regime, then the chaos when that happened, and it was not even reproposed or requested again in the case of Syria afterward. But still, that particular responsibility to protect, for me personally, as someone that has been involved in peacemaking efforts, peacekeeping efforts, I believe was a great novelty, was a great and courageous instrument that had to be used to stop, even prevent conflicts at certain point. And it was, as you know, developed because of the experience in former Yugoslavia, because of the tragedy and genocide in Rwanda, so on. So I believe that is a missed opportunity. I wonder what you think about that. I know is not exactly the subject of your conversation, but I think is strictly linked to that because is, in my opinion, the other side of the coin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we towards it? If anybody else wants to, I can't see too well. Here we go.
Okay. Ladies first.
I'm Alena. I'm from Czech Republic, and we used to have, until October, from my standpoint, really good government. Maybe you are aware of munition activity, when our government helped to collect lots of enormous amount of munition for Ukrainians, and we were super supportive. From my standpoint, I think we still have very good president, but unfortunately, now we have a new government which is populistic and so-called protecting our national interest. And I'm totally devastated by this new government. And I'm just a regular person. I'm not politically involved. I'm just nobody. So give me advice what I can do to help better situation in our country and in Europe, because I'm really devastated how our elections were manipulated and who is our government nowadays. Thank you. Whoever can give me some advice.
Well, I wonder who'd like to address that. Paul, would you like to?
Well, it's not an easy one to answer, but I think that the tradition of civic action in Czechia is very strong. And there are many groups who are very visible at organizations like Forum 2000, who are able to express very directly to the president, I know, as you say, is a very good man, the kind of views. I feel the media has been squashed. And so it's very hard to get a variety of views, including what one might call human rights views, out. But you're right, the election system has been very distorted, very devastated, very affected by corruption. And there's been a lot of very poor leadership over very long periods of time, which has allowed these sort of rich oligarchs to continually return to power and misuse their positions. But I think you have to just, I mean, obviously as an individual it's very hard, but I think you have to believe in the power of society, of the civic movements, and work with other organizations to get your views heard.
In a moment, can I just ask if anybody towards the back, the student group, would like to say anything? Okay, please.
Okay. When I read something in the paper about a country, I go right to their website and read what their position is. When I have an issue that I want to look into, I'll go to 4 or 5 different newspapers around the world to get different perspective. I was shocked to find out the extent to which you, as really bright students, accept social media, TikTok, all of this crap, entertainment, just to get your attention, to get your news. What would convince you to really get diligent, read newspapers, really read journals, and find out what is true? Actually go search for the truth. Believe there is such a thing as truth. And really passionately look for it. What would convince you to do that and not look at all of this very well organized, effective, attention-grabbing crap? This is a sincere question. It's not a trick question. We have a fellow in the World Academy who helped create the internet, who explained to us in the last American election, 80% of the information people got was from social media, much of which is hacked, as we've just heard, and they only expected 15% to be true. So they were voting not on what was true, but on just how they felt. That has shocked me to the core. And very true. I thought your generation, maybe you kind of get it and want to see through it.
Thank you very much. Now, I gather that there are 1 or 2 more questions, and I won't... So please. Sorry, your eyesight is better than mine.
Thank you. Maybe a short comment on the social media. I get a lot of my news as well from the social media. Do the fact-checking afterwards, but I don't know if the younger colleagues share the sentiment. It seems to some degree that the technology is simply faster. You get news much faster through social media than you do through traditional media. And fact-checking is still possible, but one does need some diligence about it. But actually, so just a short comment from my personal standpoint, and I'm struggling with all the questions that you emphasized as well, although I do fear that television, traditional media might become what radio was to previous generation, with everything that is good and everything that is bad. And the bad part, I think you very well emphasized, the attention-grabbing, dopamine and cycle hijacking properties of social media, which are a big problem. Just a short comment, because I thought it was interesting, because I also raised my hand. A short question, actually, primarily for Professor Akra. I'm vice rector here at Alma Mater, but otherwise involved in 2 things. One is the Global Peace Offensive, and the other is Columbia University Global Freedom of Expression. So I'm coming in contact with a notion, cognitive domain and information domain of warfare. Although I'm coming in contact with it from freedom of expression perspective and from peace-building perspective. So my question is primarily, is this are these 2 useful things to think about also in the defensive context or in contexts of peace building, on ensuring freedom of expression, because I was a bit, sometimes you see one notion, sometimes you see two. I understand there's a distinction, but they do seem interrelated. Is this something that you think needs to be taken seriously also in the peacemaking, peace-building community, and are these useful, let's say, theoretical and practical categories?
Briefly, two things. First, all of you or all of us who are using the social networks just to be informed, we have to understand first they are not news. They are information that most often are disinformation. Second things, we are not randomly exposed to them. It's based on the algorithms that in the time of before the elections, this is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. It depends about the country who manage these algorithms. They change them and shape them on a daily level according to their political wishes and the expectations, what they would like to have that the outcome of the elections are going to be. And that's the influence of the using informations to the decision-making process, and it means cognitive. Cognitive warfare is in the future. We live in them, and the most important thing is we have to defend ourselves not anymore on the way that we have to prevent it, we have to protect us and make us resilient, because we are already part of this process. Do we want to accept it or not? So, and this is one of the very, very important things that we are doing now within the society and outside of the society on national, international level. And about the Czech case, we are going to speak a little bit later. We have some kind of the exchange of experiences. Thank you.
May I just ask, does Martin or Paul up there have anything to say now? Because we will be shortly bringing things at least to a formal close. We've got other questions coming, but still.
If I may, Michael.
Yes.
Just 2 points. I definitely agree with the points which were made about the growing importance of social media. So, for example, in Ukraine, 82% of all the political news comes from Telegram. The traditional media are not relevant anymore. The penetration by Telegram in Central Europe is not as important, as significant as in Europe. I would just, we need to be careful because we are observing two processes at the same time. We're seeing the monetarization, which comes together with TikTok, with other social media platforms and algorithms which are allowing us for micro-targeting. I'm not sure if colleagues can hear me, but I mean, those are the two things which worry me as a former campaign manager. The level of micro-targeting and how algorithms allow us to use the data, sensitive data. It really creates changes to the way we are campaigning, politicians are campaigning. So my worry would be whoever controls those key data centers and social media is going to be a major player when it comes to future political campaigns. And my worry is that we might be losing control on the national level on some of this data, some of those algorithms and some of those social platforms. So we are definitely going to see globalization and commercialization of political campaigns, which are going to be beyond control of national actors, national regulators, and national politics.
Thank you very much.
Can I add one comment, Michael?
Sorry, where are you? Yes,
just
of course.
Behind. Yeah. Well, no, I just want. I mean, I think Martin has raised a very worrying issue which needs to be dealt with. I just wanted to pick up what Nigel had said earlier and reinforce the fact that digital literacy must come in to school education. It's just absolutely vital that people realize that there is so much disinformation going on and find mechanisms to, in a sense, do their own fact-checking. And secondly, I just think that governments need to invest in what we call trusted sites. Maybe they can't all have BBCs or big civic bodies, but they can have organizations that do fact-checking, that is in real time. We have a number in Britain. They're probably not as prominent as they should be, or people don't recognize them. But I think everyone has a duty now to, as part of their democratic institutional structure, have serious fact-checking just as a routine.
Thank you very much.
Marshall McLuhan said medium is the message. The medium is the message. We've got to be careful.
I think we're getting towards the back of voting with feet going on, which I can quite understand after a very stimulating day. What I'd like to do is to draw the formal proceedings to an end, thanking you very, very much. Okay, so then I follow the democratic will. You go ahead and
Thank you. Just a short question, which is a consequence of what's already been said. Somebody on the panel, or some of you mentioned the artificial intelligence. Now, taking into account the role of social media that we've been talking about and hearing about during the panel, what do you think is the artificial intelligence a new factor in all the processes that we've been discussing? And if yes, what can be done to oppose it or to fight it against? Thanks.
Thank you. I think that what if I could do this, let's make the meeting more informal now. If people want to come up and have a further discussion, we're not going to suddenly disappear. But for people who feel that they've had enough, I think it's been quite a long day, and that we ought probably to call the formal proceedings to an end. And I'd personally like to thank all of the organizers from Alma Mater who've done a magnificent job, and for quite a number of weeks that it takes to organize this kind of event, and certainly with Luca and Daniel, with others in the international team. It's been a magnificent event, and I'd like to, thank the Alma Mater very, very much for myself. Well, all the best. Look, you can come up and do what you like now. Be fine. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is quite an innovative ending of a first day of a conference. So thank you very much to all our listeners in the hall. So the official part has ended now.
You all did very, very well.
I don't know what will happen with the online live transmission. It will probably stop. So thank you very much to our online viewers. But everybody who is interested in following this discussion and taking part in it in the minutes to come, before it gets dark, you're very welcome. So to all our viewers online and young people in the hall, thank you very much for the first day. The conference goes on tomorrow and in the days to come, so you're welcome to come back or come back online. So thank you and have a nice evening.